At IBM Research Israel, we've always been relentlessly curious about all the ways that computing can change the world. We're researchers, scientists, technologists, and thinkers inventing what's next in computing. And we've been doing it for 50 years now. Boosting the diagnostic capabilities of the heart ultrasound with innovative image processing. Pioneering electronic health records to transform the ways medical teams communicate. Build new verification technology for computer chips. Develop machine reading capabilities, from postal sorting to deciphering texts in ancient documents. Build the innovative architecture of large-scale distributed systems, forerunner of the cloud. Released a novel engine to predict the optimal drug cocktail for every HIV patient. Invented shared storage protocols that empower the cloud storage as we know it today. Harnessing math to improve critical systems operations. Unveiling the Debater, the first AI system to master natural language, construct well-structured arguments, and deliver a clear, purposeful speech, including rebuttals. Unlocking the value of data while it remains securely encrypted. Building reliable AI to automate decision-making, developing machines that can communicate like humans, accelerating the rate and pace of drug discovery, building the secure, compliant, and flexible compute systems of the future. What began as a rousing vision in 1972 continues today as we invent what's next. We are IBMers. We're proud to be leading change. Here's to the next 50 years and beyond.
Imagine if you could create a voiceover for a game, cartoon, or an educational video with different actors' voices, all generated on the fly.
Did you hear? We're going to be on YouTube.
Yes, well, I wonder if they will even want to use voices like ours.
IBM Research has a new solution that allows the users to change our voices.
My voice can become soft
Or stressed out.
Wow! Can we hear more about this exciting solution?
The IBM Voice Design GUI is a fast and flexible way to create different voice personas for your characters and synthesize speech audio from your scripts. Be it soft and sultry, old and cranky, super scary, or dry and dull, now you can have it all.
My crystal ball told me we are going to be on YouTube. Ha ha!
Cool! I'm gonna be a superstar!
I'm a bit nervous before any performance.
There's no escaping it. We're doomed.
Guys, we're prepared for it. Don't worry.
Granny, what do you think?
I'm too old for starring on YouTube.
Let's use the tool to create a voice persona for a witch character using our patented speech synthesis and voice transformation technology. You might imagine her as a small old woman with a deep, harsh voice. First, I select a standard female voice and type in a test sentence. This is how the standard voice sounds, based on IBM's text-to-speech technology.
You can change my voice however you wish.
The witch has a small head, so I shrink the vocal tract in all 3 frequency registers.
You can change my voice however you wish.
The voice tone of this small woman is really low, so I'm going to lower the average pitch level and increase the pitch range to make the voice more expressive.
You can change my voice however you wish.
Next, I lower the glottal tension, making the voice deeper. I'll also increase the breathiness, which adds a bit of whisper to the voice.
You can change my voice however you wish.
And I want the witch to speak a little slower.
You can change my voice however you wish.
Saving the new voice persona means my colleagues and I can use it at any time in the future. I can also reuse voices created by others, like the dwarf voice,
You can change my voice however you wish.
or the giant voice,
You can change my voice however you wish.
or go back to our witch at any time, enter any text, synthesize the speech in the witch's voice,
Where is my magic mirror?
download the audio, and incorporate it into a game or a movie. This patented speech synthesis and voice transformation technology from IBM Research offers voiceover on the fly in a way that's fast, flexible, and inexpensive. It allows you to easily create different voice personas and last-minute changes in the script lines. And all that without the hassle of hiring actors and recording studios. Contact us at IBM Research for more details. Blockchain has become the new driver in the journey for luxury textiles as they go through the supply chain. The high-end textile industry is anything but mass manufacturing. Almost every fabric is custom made from different raw materials, whether cashmere, alpaca, or merino, and woven into different textures, colors, and products. So how can companies keep track of this supply chain to make sure that all products and processes are documented correctly and can be traced back to verify their spot in the manufacturing process? At IBM Research, scientists are using the IBM Blockchain Transparent Supply Platform, or BTS for short, to help the textile industry. IBM BTS provides authorized users with immediate access to actionable food supply chain data, from farm to store and ultimately the consumer. We're using this platform to build a shared tamper-proof ledger that tracks how the fabric was manufactured from source to sales, including who, what, where, when, and under what conditions. Let's take a closer look. Piacenza is one of the leaders in high-end fashion fabrics and accessories, supplying some of the world's most famous fashion designers with exclusive textiles. Almost every product involves over 70 steps and is unique in terms of raw material choice, style, and color. With so much customization, it's absolutely imperative that Piacenza maintain their edge by ensuring aligned, transparent, and efficient supply chain at all levels. To keep things simple, we'll look at 3 steps. Spinning, where the wool is transformed to yarn, weaving, where the yarn is transformed into fabric, and the delivery of the luxury fabric to the customer. We tell our story through supplier facilities, a spinning company, and the Piacenza weaving facility. Here you can see that 3 different types of raw material arrived. There's an invoice for each item, and each raw material is listed in the blockchain. The first transformation spins raw materials into 2 types of yarn. Yarn A is made from 50 kilo of the first material and 50 kilo of the second material. Yarn B is made from 50 kilo of the second material and 50 kilo of the third material. The spinning is done by a third party, so relevant documents for the production of yarn, such as product order and invoices, are all attached to the produced items. As you can see, blockchain is ideal for storing original authenticated documents. For example, the Preferential Certificate of Origin, or PCO, allows Piacenza's clients to receive discounts from customs because it can prove that 2 different transformations were done on European soil. In our case, this is the spinning and weaving. Since blockchain can ensure the authenticity of the documents in seconds, the material won't sit around waiting at customs, wasting time and costing everyone money. Let's choose a product to trace and find its instances. Now we can build a view of the provenance and backtrace. Here we see the transformation from 2 yarns, which were woven into a fabric line. And we can view the trace by facility, each with its geographic location and documents, or by products. The final product is now ready to be shipped off to the customer. Today, using blockchain, Piacenza and other stakeholders in the network can track and trace all aspects of the journey for their high-end fabrics, from sheep to shop. We're seeing benefits like smoothly clearing customs to save time and money since there's no time wasted waiting for documents, certifying the origin and location of any part and document in the process, helping parties ensure that the material wasn't tampered with and was transported or stored according to the required conditions, and more easily resolving disputes because there's a transparent record of transactions. For more information, contact us at IBM Research Haifa.
Hi, my name is Dr. Olivia Lanes, and I am the team lead of education and Qiskit community in North America at IBM Quantum. I want to introduce Dr. Kayla Lee, the academic alliance lead for IBM Quantum, who will be discussing the IBM HBCU Quantum Center with Dr. Michaela Amu from Howard University.
In September 2020, we launched the IBM HBCU Quantum Center, which brings together a network of 23 historically Black colleges or universities, or HBCUs. Since its launch, the IBM HBCU Quantum Center has over doubled our number of registered users on IBM Quantum Systems, built a community of over 400 students, faculty, and researchers, and even published a few papers. I'm here today with Dr. Michaela Amu, Assistant Professor at Howard University in the Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science. Hi, Michaela.
Hi, Kayla. How are you?
I'm great.
Nice to see you.
Can you tell us a bit more about your research interests and how you've introduced those in coursework?
At HBCUs, it's really difficult for students to get involved in quantum research, because of the barriers to entry for like AMO experiments or lack of resources. And so I'm actually a hardware engineer, I'm a computer engineer, and I design application-specific processes. So basically, I speed up computations. And then people started to ask me, I have this quantum system. Can you do quantum control and readout systems? I can't read these readouts fast enough. Can we do some machine learning? And so that's how I got involved in quantum, and that's how I involve my students.
So you mentioned that there are a lot of barriers to entry, specifically with HBCU students and undergraduate research. Can you say a bit more about why it's important that we create these research opportunities for students now, especially in a new field like quantum?
A lot of quantum experiments take place in these very costly research labs, right? So the average stuff for an AMO, an atomic, molecular, or optical experimental lab is probably about $500,000 to $1 million. The equipment that are used in these labs are kind of custom built. You can't go to a store and buy it. The professors and the students kind of put it together themselves. And so there's this built-in knowledge at PWIs, primary and right institutions, where they've spent years and years and years developing these highly, specific research labs and this customized equipment. And at HBCUs, because of lack of funding, because of lack of resources, there just isn't that sort of equipment or that sort of lab experience. And so it's really important that we enable minority, underrepresented students the opportunity to actually go and perform research in these labs, or we give them a cloud experience so that they don't need to actually go to these labs to learn how to perform quantum experiments. They can do them right there and then at school using the laptops or the desktops. And so one of the great things that the IBM Center has brought to them are these cloud computing options, where the students can literally log into the IBM Cloud and use the IBM resources to build up this knowledge that they haven't been able to get from the home institution.
So let's just hop forward a few years. What do you see as being some really great wins of the program, but also the experiences that you're bringing to students?
First of all, we're introducing the students, right, to different areas so that they can find their own place, right, their own path. But then the other thing is there are resources, there are tutorials, there are labs, there are simulation circuits. So we're enabling them to get the research skills that they need if they want to go on to, say, graduate school, or they want to go and work in an R&D lab. So one of the things that we do is we fund the researchers, we fund the professors, and we also fund the students. So it's like a full package. And so the students get trained, they get really enthusiastic because many studies have shown that an undergraduate, hands-on undergraduate research experience is one of the greatest ways to build like self-efficacy, which is like a feeling of belonging, right? Mm-hmm. Like they feel like quantum scientists, right? And they get the research skills and they get really excited about what they're doing. And so then they're gonna go ahead, they're gonna apply to graduate school, or they're going to go work in research labs, right? Or maybe, you know, come work for IBM, you know, and things like that. I mean, there's many different levels of the quantum workforce, and we have to ensure that our students can fully participate in the quantum workforce, because this is going to be the science of the 21st century. It's going to drive everything.
Thank you so much, Michaela, for joining us and talking a bit about how you've introduced research within the IBM HBCU Quantum Center. Looking forward, we're really excited to continue introducing students to quantum computing and also getting them excited for the future and what the IBM HBCU Quantum Center has to hold. Thanks, and back to you, Olivia.
Dr. Lee, Dr. Amu, thank you so much for that discussion and for the really important work that you're doing with this initiative. Now I want to introduce Professor Steve Girvin, Eugene Higgins Professor of Physics at Yale University, who will be sharing some thoughts and experiences that he's had using Qiskit in the classroom.
Thanks, Olivia. In the classroom, I teach the basic concepts behind quantum information science. It's such a new field that there really doesn't exist a well-established textbook. And the Qiskit textbook, developed online by the Qiskit community, is growing into that role. It provides valuable supplementary information and background information and reading opportunities for the students, which complements the material that I cover in class and the way I describe things. It's very important for students to be able to see things from different points of view, from a textbook and from the professor's lectures. The quantum workforce right now is still quite small. The demand is outstripping supply. And as the field develops, we'll need more and more people who are engineers or who are perhaps master's students rather than PhDs, and even undergraduates who are contributing to the development of these new technologies. IBM has made tremendous investments in bringing quantum systems to the cloud, to the online world. Young people will have a chance to play with the hardware, try out things, hack around, figure out shortcuts, figure out ways to make it work better. And I think this is going to have a tremendous impact on the development of the field, both because progress will be made in the field, but also because so many people from such a wide range of backgrounds will now have access to get into the field. We're at the very beginning of an exciting new revolution in information processing using quantum technology. We're in what people call the NISQ era, noisy intermediate scale quantum era. Our components, our quantum components, are not nearly as reliable and close to perfect as the ones in your traditional computers. But we're working hard to build those in a better way, to learn how to solve really the grand challenge in the field, which is quantum error correction, so that we can run quantum algorithms for longer and longer times and solve more and more complex problems and gain greater and greater quantum advantage over traditional forms of computation. I'm extremely excited about this challenge and impressed with the remarkable rate of progress in the field. Back to you, Olivia.
Thank you so much, Professor Girvin. Figuring out how to best use Qiskit in the classroom and for courseware has always been one of our top priorities. Now I want to talk about how we're also going to be using IBM Quantum hardware and Qiskit, not just for educational purposes, but for research as well. Last year, IBM Quantum launched the Open Science Prize, a first-of-its-kind competition challenging members of our community to help solve important outstanding research problems in the field of quantum information. This contest promised a $50,000 award for the teams that presented the best open-source solutions to these problems. The first of the prize's challenges asked participants to decrease the error rate of the swap gate by 50%. The second challenge had participants trying to improve the fidelity of a 7-qubit graph state, also by 50%. IBM Quantum researchers selected these challenges due to their solutions' potential to make a tremendous impact on the field. And we also wanted to encourage members of the Qiskit community to push their understanding of Qiskit as not just a valuable learning tool, but also as a window into doing cutting-edge research. In fact, some of our winners completed the challenge with little to no prior experience using Qiskit. For example, listen to this quote from challenge participant Yufang Yi. "I started this challenge with little to no experience with the Qiskit platform. It took me many hours just to run the example code successfully. But as part of trying to solve the graph state challenge, I slowly became proficient with all the functionalities of Qiskit. I also spent a lot of time diving into related papers by IBM quantum researchers, which turned out to be excellent resources that taught me a lot about the state-of-the-art quantum error mitigation techniques." Now, I'm excited to announce that at the end of November, we'll be kicking off the Open Science Prize for 2021. This challenge will focus on an entirely different area of quantum research, quantum simulation. Quantum simulation was an idea that was actually first suggested by Richard Feynman in the 80s and has become a prominent area of research over the past few years and deals with simulating important real-world models with applications in chemistry, fundamental physics, and beyond. Actually executing a quantum simulation on a current quantum computer, however, can be difficult and error-prone. The quantum system we will explore this year is a spin 1/2 model, where each qubit in the quantum processor represents a quantum spin 1/2 particle in a one-dimensional chain. Quantum spin models have some amazing properties and uses. Computationally speaking, certain optimization problems can be mapped to spin models, theoretically giving quantum computers a computational advantage over classical computers. Furthermore, spin models can be used to probe the physics behind a variety of quantum behaviors, such as large entangled states, quantum phases of matter, and quantum many-body effects. However, these problems can also be difficult to simulate, which is why we are asking our community to help us. This year, we're hoping to encourage even wider participation among our community members of all different educational levels and backgrounds. So next month, along with our competition Jupyter Notebook, we will be publishing tutorials and supplementary materials that can hopefully bring everyone up to speed on the tools surrounding this experiment. We hope that you'll help us spread the word or even participate yourself, so that together we can push the limits of quantum computation. Thank you so much for your attention and enjoy the rest of the summit.
The challenges we face as a planet can be summed up simply. We need to provide reliable and affordable energy to our growing population while also addressing the risk of climate change. Natural gas provides energy to the world. When compared to coal, it emits up to 60% fewer greenhouse gases and produces fewer air pollutants for power generation. The issue isn't just one of production, but also one of transportation. Shipping liquefied natural gas, or LNG, isn't like shipping sneakers. Efficient shipping is absolutely critical. LNG needs to arrive on time, or people could run out of power. The global LNG industry today involves thousands of voyages a year across the globe. To handle the scheduling in a global supply chain over a year, you must account for the positions of each ship on each day of the year while satisfying requirements for hundreds of deliveries across the world. This problem can involve millions of discrete decisions, which means the number of routing combinations we would need to consider would be larger than the number of atoms that exist in the universe. The problem becomes even more challenging if you go to a much larger fleet or introduce uncertainty like disruptions due to weather or fluctuations in demand. Then you're talking about billions or even trillions of discrete decisions. There currently isn't a computer on the planet powerful enough to do this without greatly simplifying the problem. At least not yet.
Quantum computers allow us to view incredibly difficult problems with a fresh set of eyes. We've been conditioned in many cases to simply not consider problems within an incredibly large number of variables or potential solutions. Quantum computers completely change the model by which we can perform information processing. Instead of with classical bits with zeros and ones, we have quantum bits, or qubits, that follow the natural laws of quantum mechanics. The point is, we're not dealing with just flipping zeros and ones anymore. And instead, we have a rich set of rules that governs our computations, allowing for the exploration of an exponentially larger computational space.
Working in partnership with IBM Quantum, ExxonMobil Corporate Strategic Research has been exploring how to model maritime inventory routing on quantum devices. We've looked at the strengths of different mathematical approaches in quantum solvers, including how well they account for complex real-world constraints like limits on ship sizes and timing of when ships need to arrive and depart. These mathematical models could also be relevant to other vehicle routing problems, including goods delivery, ride-sharing services, and urban waste management.
Today, IBM already has over 20 quantum computers across the world, running over 1 billion executions a day on the IBM Cloud. We've opened up this technology so that everyone can sign up and experiment with it. And so far, that means 300,000 users.
By partnering with IBM Quantum, our aim is to ultimately level up our ability to tackle more complex optimizations and make bigger differences. We believe these will provide different ways of thinking about the dual challenge we face now and the ones we will tackle in the foreseeable future.
Human beings face big problems. In fact, our biggest problems are so big we often don't even recognize them as problems. We see them as impossible obstacles that we learn to avoid, not tackle. We need to feed increasing numbers of people, change the way we use natural resources, better manage volatile global economies, and counter emergent viruses. Before quantum computers can start to solve these grand challenges, we need to solve some grand challenges of our own. In September, we showed a hardware roadmap and a clear vision of how we get to the inflection point of 1,000 qubits over the next 3 years. But our ultimate objective is not just to create 1,000 qubits in hardware. Our ultimate objective is to make this hardware useful, not just for the relatively small number of quantum experts, but for the vast majority of the 12 million regular professional developers on the planet today. To do this, we need to make the adoption of this radical technology as frictionless as possible. In other words, developers don't have to learn new tools or languages and can even use their existing code. All they need is a few lines of code to call a quantum API service on the cloud. We also have to understand that as part of the most active quantum development community in the world, and proudly open source, there are many different kinds of developers working at different levels. Our aim is to help orchestrate this ecosystem so multiple developers can contribute to each layer, each feeding the layer above, providing abstraction without trivialization. So we like to say that frictionless development starts from the bottom up. So going back to our roadmap, here's where we want to be. Simple cloud-based services created by model developers that any developer can use. Now bear in mind it took classical computers 60 years to go from programming with individual logic gates to sophisticated cloud services that developers use today. With quantum computing, we need to go through the same process in the next 3 years. So this is our plan for how we make this happen. Before we can even think about cloud services, we need to radically improve the performance of quantum hardware. And we do this with a layer of software that interacts with our classical control systems. Currently, our Circuit API, which goes back to 2016, allows users to create an object that defines the quantum instructions sent to the quantum computer. This is fine for simple circuits, but to reach our objective, we need to run many more circuits much faster. So our first announcement is we're launching our quantum runtime in 2021. This will support iterative, efficient running of different circuits and updating the future circuits based on measurements of the previous one. We'll be demoing this later in the year where we're aiming to show a significant performance increase. With today's implementation, all these loops run on the user's computer, backwards and forwards across the cloud. With the Qiskit runtime, we execute these loops physically close to the quantum computer. This will speed up applications like this example by factors as large as 100 times, making something impractical today possible. Another thing we need to do in order to reach our ultimate destination are what we call dynamic circuits. These are circuits that are smart and can offer branching within the circuit based on measurements within the circuit. We call them dynamic because they can change their future state based on measurements that happen in the middle, and this is why we need a classical hardware to do it. This is a real hurdle. It is very hard to create these, but the good news is we've already made significant strides. We're also announcing we've already made mid-circuit measurements and mid-circuit reset up and running and available for use today. In this figure, we see that by running the reset multiple times, the fidelity at preparing the zero state can get much better. Plus, we've also demonstrated some simple feed-forward showing advantages of using iterative phase estimation. Iterative phase estimation is a core sub-algorithm for quantum applications and amounts to solving the following. Imagine the problem of phase estimation of some unitary, and here we want to do it with the minimum number of resources. In one case, we could do it all with a dynamic circuit or by post-processing many circuits. Here we see that for the dynamic circuit case, we can win for limited resources. So this is a major first step to dynamic circuits. As we evolve, we predict certain circuits will get used more and more frequently. So we want to offer a library of optimized pre-built ones, optimized for the quantum hardware and applications in mind. Once we're dealing with thousands of qubits, we'll need more and more efficient tools to manage these large circuits. We'll need tools to study error correction and the execution of millions of circuits a developer wants to run. To do this, we need advanced control electronics, built from the ground up to integrate seamlessly with classical HPC. Having HPC tightly bound to quantum resources will allow us to level up our ability to solve for much more complex computation. The next layer of software we envision being developed by algorithm developers. In 2020, we saw our first module being developed out in the open for optimization and natural sciences, using the tools that the kernel developers have built. By 2023, it will make sense to create pre-built quantum runtimes in order to run more efficiently, followed by pre-built runtimes for classical and quantum resources. These will be deeply tuned to the specific problem set that users and developers want to explore. Then finally, to scale these open source modules, we need to integrate them into the cloud. Running on top of these runtimes, this gets us to our ultimate objective. So to recap, here's what it looks like by year. Up until 2019, quantum circuits were run on the IBM Cloud. In 2020, we focused on demonstrating and prototyping quantum applications. And in 2021, we'll run quantum applications 100 times faster on the IBM Cloud. And in 2022, we'll increase the possibility and algorithms that can be explored with dynamic circuits. In 2023, we'll get to our goal of frictionless development with quantum workflows being built into the cloud. In 2024, with our 1,000-qubit systems, we'll build quantum services from the cloud and investigate things such as error correction. And in 2025, we'll enhance quantum workflows through HPC and quantum resources. As I said at the start of this talk, human beings face seemingly impossible problems. Quantum computers allow us to see with fresh eyes, repositioning the seemingly impossible as grand challenges we can actually tackle, and even turn into opportunities. We're on a journey to make this happen, and we look forward to doing this with our IBM Quantum users, partners, and developers. And if developers can eventually do all this with a few simple lines of code using their existing tools, we've succeeded. Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Jay Gambetta, and I really want to welcome you to the 2022 IBM Quantum Summit. This is our signature event. We want to bring you the latest and greatest from IBM Quantum. We have a lot to share today. The team has worked really hard, and I'm very proud of actually what we've done and what we're going to show you. And of course, it's great to do this in person again. I like to start all my talks with the reason we're doing it. As you can see, this is the planet Earth. We have a lot of big problems. We have to solve climate change. We have to work out how we're going to continue to feed the growing population. We need to counter emergent diseases, and we need to work out how we're going to solve and manage volatile economies. These are big problems, but they're not impossible. For instance, if we can come up with better ways to do molecular simulations, we could discover new materials that could aid in carbon capture, or we could come up with better ways to come up with fertilizer. If we could work out how to do more with complex data, we could come up with better ways of managing financial problems and even work out how we could get drugs to people faster. We believe quantum computing will be useful in solving some of these problems. There's still a lot to do, but that is what our mission is. Our mission, as Dario said, is twofold. We want to make sure that we can bring useful quantum computing to the world, and we also, at the same time, want to make sure that we can make the world safe as we keep making advances in quantum computing. So, where are we on that mission? Simply put, we're getting there, as Dario mentioned. Last year, we said we'd break the 100-qubit barrier and launch the 127 Eagle quantum processor, and we did that. We also said that in our software and services, we'd make it 100 times faster, and we did that with the release of the Qiskit runtime. This year, we said we'd bring you the 433-qubit processor and dynamic circuits, and I'm proud to announce that we've accomplished both of these. We're going to take you through a walkthrough and explain these in much more detail today, along with 10 more breakthroughs and announcements that I'm very excited to share with you. So to get started, I would like to invite Jerry Chow to the stage, who's going to take you through the announcements in performance.
Thank you, Jay. Now, before I get to the big news about our Osprey processor, let's just take a step back and talk about performance again. Now, to remind us all, this is how we define performance, with 3 key metrics. First, we have scale, which we define by the number of qubits. Second, we have quality. We measure it using quantum volume, which is a widely adopted benchmark of circuit fidelity that we introduced to the world in 2017. And then third is speed. This is a measure of how fast our systems can actually solve a problem. And we use a metric that we define called CLOPS, or circuit layer operations per second. So first, let's start with scale and talk about Osprey. Now, we've been committed to provide a processor every year. And in 2019, we introduced the 27-qubit Falcon processor. In 2020, the 65-qubit Hummingbird. Last year, over 100 qubits with Eagle. And now in 2022, we're introducing the world's largest and most advanced quantum processor yet again, introducing the IBM Quantum Osprey, weighing in at a remarkable 433 qubits, over 3 times the qubit count of Eagle. And I'm going to invite my assistant, Jay, to actually show it to you all. So here it is. You can really see the size of Osprey and how far we've come from the days of 2-qubit devices in the past. What you're looking at is actually the Osprey chip inside of the printed circuit board package. And it's really this large so that we can actually bring all the signal wiring that we need to actually control 433 qubits.
Thanks, Jerry. You guys have done an amazing job.
Thanks, Jay. Now, let's take a peek under the hood, though. So we have all 433 qubits arranged in our heavy hex lattice topology. And we introduced this concept and technology of multi-layer wiring last year already with Eagle. And that performs the critical function of providing flexibility for the signal wiring as well as optimal device layout. And with Osprey, to push out to 400 plus qubits, we've had to make a lot of further advances within there, as well as adding in integrated filtering to reduce noise and improve stability. And yes, it's alive and being tested as we speak. Here's a connectivity map of this Osprey and a histogram of our coherence times. Now, much like many of our first generations of large birds, we find these coherence times at the moment between 70 to 80 microseconds, median T1 times. Now, at 433 qubits, there's a lot to measure. So please stay tuned for further calibration updates in the months to come. So let's add that as our first breakthrough for today, 433 qubits with our latest processor, Osprey. I want to shift gears and talk about that second element of performance, quality. With our development roadmap and our new birds every single year, they drive our scale dimension. But it's also critically important that we continue to drive quality improvements in the background. And we achieve that using our agile hardware development process, where we're effectively always moving, taking lessons learned from our highest performing birds, carrying that through into our newest device revisions and pushing them into larger and larger and more advanced birds. And so, for example, here's the state of the art that we had in 2021, which were with our Falcons and our Eagle processors with coherence times in the 100 microsecond range. We improved the coherence of Falcon when we went from our R5 revision to R8 by a factor of 3. And we quickly were able to take that learning and feed it into a new revision of Eagle and engineer a new Eagle R3 with 3 times those T1s as well from our original first generation. And in fact, we work extremely fast. We already have a new revision of Osprey, and this is just coming right off the experimental pipeline here, where we're seeing significant coherence time improvements, even on a subset of these qubits that we've started to measure on this second generation Osprey device. Now, this all comes together in that we actually need to have performance measured via quantum volume. And last year, we introduced a new tunable coupling architecture that's been described in these research papers that allow us to push our Falcon revision 10 devices to 10 to the -3 error rates for 2-qubit gates. We typically refer to this as 3 nines in terms of the fidelity that we hit. Now, with Falcon R10, we were able to actually double our quantum volume, not once, but twice this past year. First at 256, and then again at 512, with our IBM Prague backend. So our innovations in tunable coupling architecture have allowed us to drive a 4x increase in quality, which is our second breakthrough for today. Now, finally, let's talk about that third element, speed. And here, the capacity to actually run a large number of circuits is absolutely critical for targeting quantum advantage as well as applications down the road. And so the overhead of error mitigation also added on top of that. And eventually, for error correction, speed is absolutely important looking into the future. Now, we set ourselves a really challenging goal this year to go from 1.4 thousand clops to 10,000 clops by the end of 2022. And we tackled this by increasing speed in 3 different ways. First, by improvements to the runtime compiler, the quantum engine, and our hardware control systems. And in June, we introduced code pipelining, followed by huge improvements in our control systems and quantum engine. And I'm proud to announce that not only have we hit our mark of 10,000 clops, but we've surpassed it at 15,000 clops. And so that's our third breakthrough for today, a 10x improvement over our fastest integrated system last year. And so on top of all these breakthroughs, we can also take our development roadmap and tick off a major milestone off of it. Osprey at 433 qubits. Back to Jay.
Thanks, Derek. So I hope you see that we've made a lot of improvements in performance. But now I want to start to talk about something that we call creating value. With all the progress we've made in hardware and software, we think it's important that we actually start to make our software easier to use and able to do more. We call our process towards getting quantum advantage, we call it the non-nonsense path to quantum advantage. And in this path, we believe it's pretty simple. Actually, there's quite a lot to do, but fundamentally, there's 2 simple things that we want to focus on. We want to work out how we can run quantum circuits faster on quantum hardware and software. And 2, we need to work out what interesting problems can we map to those circuits. We're going to cover point 2 later in this talk, later in the sessions today. And fundamentally, I do believe we have to do this together as a community to work out what are those right circuits that we want to investigate for quantum advantage. But in the meantime, please welcome Blake Johnson to the stage, who's going to talk through our progress in point 1. Thanks.
Thanks, Jay. Earlier this year, we told you that error mitigation offers the potential to deliver quantum advantage at lower total resource cost than a fully error-corrected solution. In particular, we know that many applications require accurate estimates of large quantum observables, and we now see a way to deliver unbiased estimates of such observables using error mitigation. So now I want to tell you about our work in this area, building upon the performance enhancements that Jerry has just described. What we are after is delivering value to our users. We believe that value requires coupling great performance with advanced capabilities and delivering that in a frictionless experience. Today, I have 3 announcements that advance this goal. First, on performance. At a foundational level, our ability to deliver value in quantum computing rests upon faithful execution of quantum circuits. In practice, though, we have to contend with the presence of errors. Fortunately, we have powerful tools to deal with these errors. One category of tool is error suppression, and reduces errors in circuits by modifying the underlying circuits without changing their meaning. For instance, we can inject additional gates that echo away certain error sources. Another category of tool is error mitigation. Error mitigation can deliver accurate expectation values by executing collections or ensembles of related circuits and combining their outputs in post-processing. Error mitigation is powerful. In fact, earlier this year, we showed how error mitigation can deliver unbiased estimates from noisy quantum computers. And we'll be talking about this more later today. But error mitigation also comes at a cost, and that cost is exponential with the form you see on the screens here. And critically, it depends on a critical parameter is the base of this exponent, gamma bar, which is a measure of the collective quantum noise of a quantum circuit. Critically then, error mitigation depends on the performance metrics that Jerry has described before, tying together scale, quality, and speed. Consequently, error mitigation is not practical without holistic performance. So we know the problem in front of us, and we also know we have some powerful tools to help address it. Now the question becomes, how are we going to make those tools easy to use and accessible to everyone? In other words, how are we going to make it frictionless? Our answer builds upon the Qiskit runtime primitives. We launched primitives earlier this year, and they elevate the fundamental abstraction for interfacing with quantum hardware to directly expose the kinds of queries that are relevant to quantum applications. These more abstract interfaces allow us to expose error suppression and error mitigation through simple to configure options. And when we do it right, it can have a major impact. For example, this work from our partners at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratories studied a circuit that they called wormhole-inspired teleportation. And in this example, error suppression is sufficient to convert the response from something that looks just like noise, what you see in orange, to a response which closely tracks the noise model of the system, what you see in blue. So my first announcement is that as of today, we're launching a beta support for error suppression in the Qiskit runtime primitives through a simple optimization level in the API. We can go further though, and to do so, we're going to introduce a new option that we're calling a resilience level. This is a simple to use control that allows a user to adjust the cost accuracy trade-off of a primitive query. At resilience level 1, we're going to turn on options that specifically address, or methods that specifically address errors in the readout operations. We're going to adapt the choice of method to the specific context of sampling or estimating. These methods have fairly minimal overhead, so we're making this the default resilience level in primitive queries. We can go further by layering on other error mitigation approaches at higher resilience levels. At resilience level 2 will enable zero noise extrapolation. This can reduce error in an estimator, but doesn't come with a guarantee that the answer is unbiased. Finally, at resilience level 3, we turn on our most advanced error mitigation strategy, which is probabilistic error cancellation. This method occurs a substantial overhead, both in terms of noise model learning and circuit sampling, but also comes with the most robust guarantees about the quality of the result. For the developers in the audience, here's what that looks like in code to manipulate this resilience level and the new options interface. And my next announcement to add to our chart is that we're also releasing a beta launch of this resilience feature in the Qiskit runtime primitives, which you can use today. Finally, I want to tell you about a powerful new capability and an important milestone achievement on our roadmap. What I'm talking about is the ability to execute dynamic circuits in IBM quantum systems. Dynamic circuits marry real-time classical computation with quantum operations, allowing feedback and feed-forward of quantum measurements to steer the course of a computation. What can you do with dynamic circuits? A lot of things. But just to give one concrete use case, we know that dynamic circuits offer new opportunities to reduce circuit depth. For instance, there's a surprising result from JOSA that any Clifford group operation can be implemented in constant depth at the cost of doubling the width of the circuit. You can see an example of this on the screens here, where a 4-qubit Clifford group operation is reduced from depth 18 to depth 6 using this concept. This is but one example, and we know that there are many more. Today, we enter a new phase of discovery for dynamic circuits by enabling their exploration on live quantum systems. Our team is just now rolling out support for dynamic circuits. In a matter of a few days, we'll have support on 18 IBM quantum systems. These are those systems which were built for fast readout, which we first introduced with the Falcon R5 processor. As a result, projects like this research prototype from our team, which previously required working side by side with the hardware engineers, can now be written and executed with a few simple lines of Qiskit code. So the third announcement to add to the chart is that we're launching support for dynamic circuits on IBM quantum systems. And I also am excited to check off another major milestone along our quantum roadmap. All right, with that, I'm going to pass it back to Jay.
Thanks, Blake. There's a lot to unpack here. I expect many questions and lots of user feedback as you start to work with these innovations. I fully expect with these abstraction levels of the stack, the quantum industry will go into overdrive. So that's the next thing I want to talk about. It may surprise you, but our objective is not just to build our quantum program. Our aim is to grow a quantum industry. Growing in a quantum industry is the only way we're going to make quantum computing succeed. We need to nurture different kinds of industries. Some may even compete with us. We accept that, and actually we encourage it. What's good for everyone is good for all of us. So, based on the industry building efforts, we focus on 5 different areas. The first is we want to keep, as you heard, advancing quantum. From day one, we've always focused on doing open science, open source, as well as how do we work together to understand when quantum advantage can occur. The second is growing that workforce through the many quantum innovation centers that we partner with. How do we create a sustainable future? The third is we need to make sure we're solving relevant industry questions. So how do we actually understand what matters for industry and how do we get industry adoption? The fourth, which I think is very exciting and is going to start to kick off very soon with all the progress that you just heard from Jerry and Blake on how do we actually start to integrate application services into the services we provide to make it easier to do more with quantum. And finally, we need to make sure as we go forward, we are always thinking about how we keep clients' data secure with the quantum safe. So with this in mind, I want to welcome Scott Crowder to the stage to talk about how we're driving adoption and creating this industry.
Thanks, Jay. So as Jay mentioned, we're trying to foster a global quantum computing industry. That's why driving adoption of quantum computing is so fundamental to our mission. And adoption begins by laying the groundwork for tomorrow's quantum workforce through education initiatives. The energy we've seen from learners of all ages is absolutely amazing. Over 460,000 registered users have taken advantage of IBM Quantum's open access. And these emerging quantum developers have run more than 2.3 trillion circuits on real quantum computers. As we work to build the future quantum workforce, we want to ensure it reflects our full potential by focusing on building skills in populations that are currently underrepresented in STEM. At the high school level, we've been working with Qubit by Qubit to reach more than 12,000 students, of which about 70% come from underrepresented populations. At the university level, we're seeing rapid growth and interest in learning about and studying quantum computing, and Qiskit and IBM Quantum is being used in over 375 university classrooms. And we continue to capture the wider interest that's out there, with over 5 million learners accessing Qiskit digital learning content. So as a community, we've together provided access to real quantum computers, we've helped train a generation of quantum native developers, and we've provided new capabilities. As a result, we've seen a rapid rise in the use of real quantum computers for research. And we've seen over 1,750 research papers published since 2016 using IBM Quantum and Qiskit technology alone. This growth and adoption could not be possible without access to our technology. Back in 2016, we started with one 5-qubit system in a research lab in Yorktown Heights, IBM Research. We have now cumulatively deployed 60 systems via the cloud. That includes deployments in our Poughkeepsie, New York data center, plus global computation center deployments to support our Quantum Innovation Center partners Fraunhofer in Einigen, Germany, and University of Tokyo in Shinkawasaki, Japan, and coming soon to support our Quantum Innovation Center partners Cleveland Clinic in Ohio, PINC in Quebec, and Yonsei University in South Korea. In total, we now have more than 200 members in our IBM Quantum Network, all using these systems. These members range from quantum innovation centers and industry partners to startups building out the commercial ecosystem to individual researchers advancing the quantum field. And we now have a global network of 34 quantum innovation centers that provide access to quantum computing, advance quantum and research development, support development of a quantum workforce, and drive the economic development of their regions. We're constantly welcoming new quantum innovation centers to our quantum network. Since the last summit, we have added institutions across the globe, such as Arizona State University, who's building a center of excellence focused on quantum computing education and research, DESI, who's applying quantum computing to enhance their high-energy physics mission, IIT Madras, our first quantum innovation center in India, and Uptown Basel, who aims to accelerate innovation in areas like life sciences, manufacturing, sustainability, by enhancing the Swiss ecosystem of quantum technologies. We're also seeing rapid growth in industry activity, exploring the potential of quantum for real-world problems. Our partners have investigated over 45 different industry applications. These span topics from simulating nature to processing data with complex structure to search and optimization. And we're excited to announce a number of new industry partners today, industry leaders who are expanding our understanding of how quantum computing can bring value to business and society. Bosch, with whom we're jointly researching the use of quantum computing for material science. Credit Mutuel, to explore the applicability of quantum computing for finance. Ørsted Digital is working with IBM to become quantum ready for applications such as risk management and fraud detection. And Vodafone is joining the IBM Quantum Network to explore use cases for telecommunications, as well as collaborating on quantum safe cryptography. Welcome. We're also working with startups and software vendors to provide new capabilities to industry workflows by integrating Qiskit Runtime as a Service into their application services. For example, as you'll hear in more detail later today, QNASYS used Qiskit Runtime primitives and error mitigation tools to easily port simulations of quantum circuits to quantum hardware for their work with JSR. As Jay mentioned, this is going to be really critically important to us working together to build a quantum industry. We've learned a lot over the last 6 years. We've learned that through our deep collaborations with our partners, that successful adoption requires 3 basic components. The first is access to real quantum computers. The second is access to a quantum runtime environment, someplace where you can run quantum programs, preferably based on an underlying open source software stack. And the third is training and education to build skills. All of our offerings are based on these 3 aspects. We continue to provide open and free access to Qiskit Runtime as a Service, as well as open learning material, all based on Qiskit, the leading open source quantum software development kit and community. We also offer 2 paid plans for Qiskit Runtime as a Service, which provide access to our more advanced quantum systems and capabilities. The first is a pay-as-you-go plan available today from IBM Cloud, which is a standard serverless cloud model that you're charged by the amount of time you use. The second is a premium plan, which is a reserve capacity model that includes access to Qiskit Runtime as a Service and has been developed for longer-term, deeper partnerships. This includes access to our entire fleet of systems, including our exploratory systems, making the latest technology available to our partners. It also includes more advanced technical support and training and membership in the IBM Quantum Network. And we offer the Quantum Accelerator to help our clients build their skills, together deeply investigate the use of quantum computing for relevant business problems, and understand the implications of quantum computing for their industry. It's supported by a mix of deep quantum and deep industry expertise, and includes customized technical support and skill building. Of course, unlocking the potential of quantum comes with important considerations. A future quantum computer, much more powerful than today's systems, will be capable of cracking today's public key encryption and digital signature algorithms. This means we need to find new classical methods of encryption, and we need to go find and change our current cryptography to those new methods. This is not going to be easy. It will be like Y2K, but in some ways much more complex. But there is good news. Since 2016, IBM has worked with standard bodies to define new quantum-safe cryptography to prepare for this new era. In fact, back in July, NIST selected 4 quantum-safe algorithms for standardization. 3 of the 4 selected were proposed by IBM researchers and their collaborators. The US government has also begun to establish timelines to transition to these new algorithms. And at IBM, we've already begun the transition. For example, building our newest generation Z16 to be quantum safe from the firmware up. But we know we cannot execute a transformation of this complexity alone. It will take industry ecosystems, and it will take government, industry, and supply chain providers to cooperate. At Mobile World Congress, the GSMA Post-Quantum Telco Network Task Force was formed, and they tapped IBM and Vodafone as initial members to support the industry's transition to quantum-safe cryptography. We're also announcing IBM Quantum Safe Services to support our clients' transformation to quantum-safe cryptography. The new Quantum Safe service offers IBM expertise to help you prepare and discover your cryptographic needs, then plan your transformation to quantum-safe cryptography, while building in the agility and observability to make future transformations simpler and more cost-efficient. So now, I'm excited to add 2 more announcements to the list. Our continuing growth of the quantum network to over 200 members, including the announcement of Bosch, Uptown Basel, and Credit Mutuel, and our new IBM Quantum Safe offering and collaboration with Vodafone to help the telecommunications industry transformation to quantum safe cryptography. And now back to Jay.
Thanks, Scott. So that's our State of the Union as it stands today. I hope you're seeing that there's tremendous progress in performance, in scale, quality, and speed, that we've extended what we can do in our software by integrating error suppression, error mitigation, and dynamic circuits into our software. We've seen the quantum network grow to over 200 members, and we've just announced the Quantum Safe offering to be added to our already simplified way of experiencing what IBM Quantum has. But I want to change a little bit and think about what is next. So if we go back, top line, we're hitting our goals and we're hitting that roadmap. The industry is growing, but what is the future going to bring? What is the next thing in quantum? And for that, I would like to invite Katie to the stage to give you to talk through what we're seeing next. Go for it, Katie.
Thank you, Jay. So now we get to talk about what's next, which is going to be quite fun. So the first major goal for next year is Condor. Condor will be the first processor to break the 1,000-qubit mark. This is a huge feat and will push all the limits of scale like no other quantum chip has previously. We also see Condor as a test of the limits of the single chip technology, and it really will help us show the path forward. So moving on from just talking about processors, we've made a lot of progress this year understanding how to push the limits of quantum using our software. But we're finding there's many ways that we can weave quantum and classical together to extend what we can achieve. And we call this our circuit knitting toolbox. Let's take a look. So first we discovered we can embed quantum simulations inside larger classical problems. We use quantum to treat pieces of the problem and use classical to approximate the rest. Also, with things like entanglement forging, we can break the problem down into smaller circuits and run the smaller quantum circuits on the quantum hardware and then reconstruct them classically, which allows us to double the size of what we could do otherwise. And with circuit cutting, we really cut the less entangled connections into subsystems. We commute the global energy by classically coupling each of the answers and each of the results from the QPUs. And so I'm happy to announce today that we're also releasing the alpha version of the circuit knitting toolbox. So check it out in the cloud session later, and you can start using it. So this brings us to the third thing we want to talk about today. All these tools have a very common approach. They do decompose the problem, they run a lot of Qiskit runtimes in parallel, and they reconstruct the outcomes into a single answer. And we hear from our users, like all of you, that you really want access to this, but you don't want to worry about the underlying infrastructure, you just want to run your code. So to this end, I'm even happier to announce today that we're also releasing an alpha version of Quantum Serverless as well. And as an example, last year you heard us say that we were able to speed up a molecular simulation 120 times using Qiskit runtime. Now with Quantum Serverless, we can run the same problem n times faster than that. And so with 3 quantum systems, we could have a 360 times speed up. So as I've mentioned, we're learning to make the most of this parallelization, but we need to build it into the systems and the primitives. So next year, we're doing this using multiple Heron processors, and what we're calling the threaded runtime extensions. We're really excited about Heron. It's not only going to be the first processor to employ this multi-QPU model, but it's also going to be the first processor with more than 100 qubits to cross the 3.9, to beat the 3 nines threshold with all the advances that Jerry talked about. So looking forward, I'm happy to say that everything is on track for next year. Now, I didn't have a ton of time to talk about the applications, but Jamie is going to go into more detail in her session later on developing applications. So I get to add another breakthrough to our list, the alpha release of both circuit knitting toolbox and the quantum serverless. Back to you, Jay.
Thanks, Katie. I hope you didn't mind that we added 2 more announcements, quantum serverless and the circuit knitting toolbox, along with error mitigation built into the runtime and dynamic circuits and the 433 qubit processor. We're really setting ourselves up for the future. But there's a catch. If you look at the roadmap, you can see it. Obviously, you can see that we need to keep expanding and doing and implementing the technology to make this roadmap happen. But it's more than that. In 2023 marks the point where everything changes. The future is no longer a continuation of all the great progress that you saw and we just announced. It's actually what we think of as the next wave in quantum computing. Hence the name for this themed summit, the next wave. Today, we build single processors, but we realize the path ahead is multiple processors. Today, we build bespoke infrastructure solutions which aren't fast enough, aren't scalable, and they cost too much. In the future, we need scalable controls. Today, we're employing classical compute to enhance quantum hardware, but next, we will develop what we're calling middleware for quantum that will enhance it further. This next wave is what we are calling quantum-centric supercomputing. To me, a quantum-centric supercomputer is a modular computing architecture which will enable scaling. It will use communication to increase the computational capacity, and it will use a hybrid cloud middleware to seamlessly integrate quantum and classical workflows. This is going to be a lot, but now I want to bring Jerry back to the stage to explain modularity for quantum in a lot more detail.
All right, thanks, Jay. Let's start with that piece of quantum-centric supercomputing with modularity for quantum. Now, this photo is striking, but it's really a relic of the past in some sense. I know it's just right out there, and you can take a look at our chandelier, but a lot of the wiring that you see within it is there and built by hand. It's handcrafted, it's bespoke, and at 100 qubits with a few hundred cables, I can convince our team to actually do that busy work. But when we push this to 400 or 1,000 and needing to hand tighten all the different bolts, this becomes impractical. And it's simply not cost effective and not nearly dense enough for the solutions that we need in the future. It has to change. And so we're really excited to show the next evolution of high-density controlled signal delivery with cryogenic flex wiring. This is going to make it easier to wire hundreds to thousands of lines, and it's absolutely critical for the reliability of our deployed systems. Now today, it's already 70% more dense and 5 times cheaper, and we have plans to make this even better. Besides scalable signal delivery, we also need to look forward with our cryogenic platforms. Last year, we introduced the world towards Kide, a modular cryogenic platform from our friends at Blue Force. Now here's a sneak peek into their manufacturing lab in Helsinki, where we can see their exciting progress. You can see it's real, it's big. It's literally a walk-in cryostat, and when I saw it, I thought it was a walk-in freezer for meat and ice cream, but it's actually for millikelvin temperatures and qubits, all with the potential for modularity and scalability for the future. Now, another challenge is scaling for scaling is control. I've been thinking back to the first cloud system that we put online with 5 qubits, and it was quite amazing that we got it all together using zip ties and dental floss. But we didn't think too much about all the cost and space that it would take to make it. We just wanted to get it running. We used a full rack of electronics that were commercially available to control 5 qubits. Quickly, we realized that we had to replace it. With our Gen 1 control systems, it was a big deal because we were able to actually make one rack control 20 qubits. It did everything that the commercial solutions did, but less expensively and a smaller footprint. But then we really realized that we had to add in new capabilities. With Generation 2 in 2020, we focused on adding in dynamic circuits, like those capabilities that Blake had mentioned earlier. And also, it continued to drive down cost and footprint. But now I'm excited to show you guys Gen 3 control systems this year is yet another huge step forward. By working with experts in control, we really put this into hyperdrive. Our new rack controls 400 qubits at an even lower price point. So 400 qubits of control in just a single rack. And that's not all. We've been working to make these systems easier to use, flexible, reliable, and certainly more serviceable. With hundreds and thousands of qubits coming in soon, the probability of something going wrong is really not negligible. And we need to be able to actually replace parts while other parts of the system remain live. And so you're looking at just that in the video, our engineers working on a hot swap of our Gen 3 control system. That's impressive, but still not enough. We wanted to go even one step further. And here's what we're working on next. This is a CMOS qubit controller. And we designed it to control 4 qubits with the chip that's the size of my fingernail. And we've already used it to control 2 qubits to produce high-fidelity gates. Now, it can also be placed inside the cryostat at a balmy 4 Kelvin, which allows us to further reduce the line density and latency even further. So there's still a lot of work to do here, but I certainly expect that there are going to be aspects of this type of CMOS technology that will make it into our next generation scalable 4th generation control systems. Now on that, besides modularity, on the second front for quantum-centric supercomputing, I want to talk a little bit about the communication aspects for computation. Now, as Katie had said with regards to the circuit knitting toolbox, it's going to be important to be able to squeeze out our systems to the limits. But here, the issue is going to be time. Considering that we want to use circuit cutting and cut a large circuit 14 times, and assuming our current run times and a repetition rate of around 4 kilohertz, this would actually take around 181 years. Not a time that I want to wait. But with the kind of parallelization that Katie was talking about, we can bring this down to 1.8 years. Adding in classical communication in terms of dynamic circuits between the processors, and now this becomes just 18 hours. And so this is why our Heron target for next year is so important, to bring in this classical parallelization. Looking even further, if we bring in quantum interconnects between the different processors and build in some of the 1-meter coherent L-coupler links that we're planning to use with our Flamingo in 2024, we can bring this down to just milliseconds. Now, assuming all this works, then in fact, the next bottleneck becomes the locked-in configurations of all the connected fridges. These connected configurations of processors would actually tie us down to specific topologies, and it'd be great if we could reconfigure it without having to actually physically move fridges around. And so if we look long-term in the future, what we want to use is transduction tied together with optical connections to enable reconfigurable networks. So in terms of communication for quantum, there's a lot to look forward to. Next, as Jay said, the third part of quantum-centric supercomputing is middleware for quantum. And I'm going to bring Katie back to the stage to tell you about it.
Thanks, Jerry. Thanks, Jerry. Okay, middleware for quantum is what will make quantum useful. And with the overheads Jerry spoke about, it's really time for us to define what quantum in the cloud means. It's definitely nothing like you see from us today or our competitors. But simply put, we see the future really driven by quantum middleware that will bring the best solutions from any cloud provider together with our Qiskit runtime as a service. So I'm going to show you a video that explains multi-cloud and quantum and how middleware will make life easier for the users. There's 3 steps, as I explained earlier: decompose, run in parallel, and reconstruct. Each of these can be built on whatever cloud provides the best solution. So here we're considering a machine learning algorithm, which we call quantum kernels, and combining it with the circuit knitting toolbox I talked about earlier. First, we need to define the circuit and set up the clouds, the multi-cloud environment to run on. Then the quantum serverless tools will handle all the orchestration for you. Next, we compile the higher level circuits and map them to the physical circuits. And the circuit knitting I described earlier before, using the circuit cutting method, decomposes this into 4 smaller circuits. Thanks to the serverless and Qiskit runtime, these subcircuits can be sent in parallel. They're executed using the primitives. Error mitigation and suppression, as Blake talked about, are applied, and the results are sent back to Qiskit runtime as a service. Then these reliable results can be combined in any other cloud for the final answer. And just like that, sent to the user. Here's the code, and you can see how it distributes work over 3 different clouds. And how simple it is. So we have all these wonderful innovations in quantum middleware and a clear version for what we believe is the next wave of quantum computing. But the question is, how do we make a quantum-centric supercomputer? What will the system need to create to hold all the innovations? And so now we're going to talk about System 2. Which we do believe is a building block for quantum-centric supercomputing. This has been a huge challenge in industrial design, and I'm going to invite David Bryant on stage to talk about it.
Hey, thanks. Good morning. Thanks, Katie. So if you've taken anything away from today, it would be that nothing in quantum computing is that easy, and that would extend to the industrial design of the system. The brief was challenging, to say the least. When you have a challenging brief like this, it's always a good idea to work with brilliant people. So I do want to give a shout out to our design partners, Map Universal, who've been working very closely with us on the project over the last year. The brief was to design a quantum computing system capable of housing a 3-tiered chandelier, capable of holding 3 different processors, or quantum processors, held within a hexagonal cryostat, weighing about 9 tons. This cryostat maintains an almost perfect vacuum and temperatures colder than deep space. In fact, colder than anywhere in the known universe. So the design brief was really to design the coolest thing in the universe. So no pressure. The requirements were also to have the control systems be as physically close to the cryostat as possible to reduce signal latency. And on top of this, the control systems could only be a few feet away from the gas handling and the classical compute banks that handle the cryogenics and Qiskit runtime respectively. And on top of this, we needed this system to be extensible so that we could add more control systems as the qubit count of the processor increases. Quantum System 2 is not just a standalone system, it's designed to be the building block of quantum-centric supercomputing. So to this end, we needed the system to be modular. In other words, it will be possible to connect the cryostats of multiple Quantum System 2s together with long-range couplers connecting the processors. By connecting 2 cryostats together, we can create a system of 8,316 qubits. By connecting 3 cryostats together, we can create a system of 16,632 qubits in one system. This modularity also extends to the compute and gas handling bank. We designed it to be 100% customizable. So we can extend the computational capacity of the system by swapping out classical racks and AI racks, and vice versa. There are also human factors to consider as well. Quantum System 2 is not the kind of system you can just drop in a data warehouse and just forget about. The technology is nascent. It requires human interaction. So inspired by the idea of modular furniture, we created a working environment that was considerate to engineers and to technicians. And on top of all of these requirements, Quantum System 2, like Quantum System 1, needed to look absolutely beautiful and iconic, driving an emotional connection through the power of design. In the words of T.J. Watson, good design is good business. As in System 1, the solid shapes that comprise of Quantum System 2 are actually very simple. The central cryostat is basically a hexagonal prism, and the rest of the systems are basically cuboids. So we clad these geometric shapes with anodized polished aluminum, or aluminium, if you'd like to pronounce it correctly. And a novel material. This is a very novel material. It basically softly reflects the environment around it. So in addition to this, we encase the system in 70-30 glass, which acts as both a mirror and a window to the system, and they both reflect off each other. This reflection creates a subtle Hall of Mirrors effect that we felt expressed the multidimensionality of the mathematics that we were trying to solve for. And here's the side view of the system. As you can see, that very beautiful reflective quality of the materials. Now, it is quite difficult to visualize these designs just using still images, so we created this short film to give you a sense of the full system. This has already been shared with you, but we thought it bears repeating. Thank you. So we're excited to announce, as Daria mentioned, that we will have a live working system, Quantum System 2, to share with you at next year's Quantum Summit in 2023. So that's 2 more announcements to add to our slide. Quantum-centric supercomputing is what we're seeing as the next wave of quantum computing technologies. And IBM Quantum System 2 is the building block for quantum-centric technologies and supercomputing. So the question is now, when we have a Quantum System 2 next year, what are we going to do with it? And with that, I'm going to hand back to Katie. Thank you.
Me again. Promise this is the last time. So earlier, Blake showed you this plot. And he showed you how error mitigation can enable better results. And he also told you that we wanted to simulate these circuits at a lower cost than classical computing. And I told you how the middleware is going to orchestrate this, and classical compute will allow us to extend what we can do. So today we're setting out to build a tool that can push us in this direction. But we're issuing a challenge to all of you. We're calling it the 100 by 100 challenge. And we're pledging that in 2024, we'll offer our partners and clients and all of you a system that will generate reliable outcomes running 100 qubits and a gate depth of 100. We've said we've had a 2-fold path to quantum computing. We still have to make better hardware, software, and infrastructure, and our users have to devise use cases. And we see plenty of avenues to explore use cases using these reliable results, like ground states, thermodynamic properties, quantum kernels, and more. But we need everyone's help here and in our network partnerships to really think about what circuits they'd want to run on a processor like this. Why are we so confident that we can release hardware like this? I hope most of this morning helped illuminate our excitement in the direction that we're going. We've showed you the power of our error mitigation techniques. And later today, Sarah and the team will also talk to you in our No-Nonsense Path to Quantum Advantage session about really some exciting demonstrations showing the power and scale of these techniques. Returning these results with the circuits in less than a day's runtime means that we need a processor to compute the 100 qubits that have error rates better than the 3 nines threshold, and that is really within reach based on what Jerry showed us today. We also need the software infrastructure that can quickly process and read out the circuits in concert with the classical resources. And we're really feeling confident that in 2024, we're going to have what it takes with Heron to do just that. So that's one last announcement to add to our slide, and the first challenge to the audience, the 100 by 100 challenge. Back to you, Jay, for the wrap up.
So we've shared a lot. The big news is we have 433 qubit processor, which we'll be making available to our clients in a few months. We have dynamic circuits now integrated into our software, and we shared a vision for the next wave of quantum computing technologies we're going to introduce in 2023. Today, we shared no less than 12 breakthroughs and announcements. Just to recap on them, we've made tremendous progress in performance with 433 qubits, pushing the quantum volume with the new architecture, and driving the clocks by a factor of 10. We've made announcements of how we're going to integrate powerful techniques such as error suppression, error mitigation, and dynamic circuits into our services. We've launched a new offering, Quantum Safe, and we're already working with our clients, and we've seen the quantum network grow to over 200 members with new clients just announced today. Today, we released the first tools in middleware for quantum, the Quantum Serverless package and the Circuit Knitting Toolbox. There will be many more tools to come, but these tools will set us up for a future where multi-cloud and quantum will work together seamlessly. We shared the next wave for quantum computing, which we call quantum-centric supercomputing, and we showed a system that we're building, which will be the building block for this, the IBM Quantum System 2. And finally, we announced the 100 by 100 challenge. I've been doing quantum computing now for over 20 years, and it really feels different when your hardware developers, your technicians, and software really feel that they can achieve this. So creating this 100 by 100 device will really allow us to set up a path to understand how can we get quantum advantage in these systems and lay a future going forward. So, as I said at the start of the session, we talked about big problems we want to solve. I think most of the people in the IBM Quantum team, they come to work every day because they want to serve this single mission, that is, how do we bring useful quantum computing to the world and at the same time make the world quantum safe? We have a lot of science to do, so we're going to take a coffee break. Outside, you'll get to see many of the things that were talked about today, and we'll show you some of the software through a demonstration. There's a lot more sessions later on, so please join me in thanking everyone that talked. Thank you.
System 2 is a bridge to the future of quantum computing. IBM quantum engineers took a holistic approach and will be capable of housing the upcoming 400 and 1,000 qubit processors, and even processors we haven't begun to develop yet. System 2 takes a hexagonal form. This scalable modular structure will allow us to bring fridges close together. It will give flexibility to design even larger quantum systems by linking processors together. System 2 represents a glimpse into what the future of quantum computing looks like, a true quantum data center. By following this roadmap, we think that by 2030, companies and users will be running 1 trillion quantum circuits a day. And we hope that quantum computers will be providing real-world benefits, solving some of the world's most important problems.
As technology becomes increasingly pervasive in our lives, users and systems become more and more vulnerable to attacks. What's secure? What represents a real threat? And when is it okay to click on a link? Today, various solutions exist against external and internal threats, such as antivirus programs, firewalls, intrusion prevention systems, penetration testing, and even user education. All are designed to detect when a problem exists or prevent further damage once a breach has been detected, but these solutions aren't always enough. Take, for example, zero-day threats. These attacks exploit undetected vulnerabilities in applications and may have been exploited by hackers for weeks, months, or even years. The goal of our moving target defense technology is to take action before and during the hijacking attempt to prevent it from succeeding in the first place. How does it work? Imagine a computer program as a sequence of steps that are followed, similar to a recipe for making a cake. An attacker who studied our recipe book and kitchen cabinets can take this cake recipe and make bread with it instead. All he has to do is play around with the order of the steps, skip some, and modify others. In software security, this type of attack is known as return-oriented programming, or ROP. It's one of the most common attacks used in almost every exploit attack chain. But to carry out a ROP attack, attackers must know in advance where the pieces they need are. So they download a common app, study its binary code, and search for the pieces that build the attack, hoping the copy of the software under attack is the same as theirs. And usually this works. Our moving target defense solution stays several steps ahead of the attacker. The anti-ROP defense constantly, preemptively moves around the cake ingredients or the vulnerable aspects of an application. In this way, attackers can't find the different pieces of code they need and use them to hijack the device. Let's go back to the cake recipe example. If we change the place of add flour and add sugar, but keep their order of execution, that makes no difference to us. But this represents a big problem for the attacker. He can't find the flour, and the eggs aren't where he expects them to be. Despite the attack, the regular recipe is followed, producing the desired outcome of cake and preventing the attacker's attempt to make bread. In short, the anti-ROP moving defense removes the fear of clicking a link, image, or PDF file, blocks zero-day threats, detects attacks by adding traps, and has no runtime components and minimal performance impact. Our solution can be installed to run on any application, improving security, fortifying defenses against breaches, and lowering a company's vulnerability to risk. Any enterprise can install it to protect their data and their users. The anti-ROP moving defense is easy to install and backwards compatible. For more information, contact us at IBM Research Haifa. The Modeling Studio allows you to scale up, create, and edit AR experiences. You can take a scanned object from the Peer Guidance app or create one from a video file and use it to build an AR instruction procedure. You can also add steps to the procedure, add annotations, and work on any of the available AR models. The final procedure is then published to the AR store. The AR store is a service that's connected to the self-guidance app. It lets technicians in the field download and reuse the AR experiences that your business previously deployed. In this scenario, the technician who arrives at the site realizes that he's not familiar with the situation. He uses the self-guidance app to locate the AR instructions for this equipment and downloads the procedure to his device. After pointing his mobile device at the object, he sees an AR layer with instructions on the screen. Of course, he can also download the content ahead of time and work in disconnected or offline mode to watch the downloaded AR procedures on his device beforehand.
In this demo with IBM, we're going to watch how Harman's intrusion detection and prevention solutions, ECU Shield and TCU Shield, can protect vehicles against cyber attacks, such as these that can occur from a mobile app. The hacker can lock and unlock the doors. He can now spoof the RPM. He can spoof the speed of the vehicle.
At IBM, we are helping OEMs and fleet managers protect their cars by providing them fleet security visibility. Our system collects data from different devices, security devices, and monitors in the car, and forward the data to the backend, to QRadar. On the backend, we apply different types of analytics, including cross-fleet analytics and single vehicle analytics. In addition, our technology will enable OEM to carry out forensics to answer questions such as how the attacker managed to get access to the car, what tools he was using for the attack, and also to understand how he's exposed to such an attack, how many vehicles are exposed to this specific vulnerability that was used, or how many vehicles was communicating with the malware distributed server, and so on.
Today's enterprise IT infrastructures are complex, with dozens of applications and data stores, often including thousands of database objects and fields. According to most privacy laws, you need a person's consent to use their data for a specific purpose. How can we introduce the notion of consent and purpose into such complicated data systems? Here's an example of how the consent management technology from IBM Research can be used to introduce capabilities for privacy management and auditing into an existing web application. This is done without changing the application sources or the underlying databases. This is a typical web application for customer relationship management. It provides support and distribution to existing customers and also handles sales and marketing leads. As you can see, it contains a lot of personal information that may be subject to consent policies. Let's assume consent is needed to use people's personal information for marketing activities. Consent for marketing might have different defaults in different geographies. For example, there might be opt-in versus opt-out in different countries. And there may be additional processes for users to change their settings, like using a web form or by email. Consent for web applications can be defined using the consent management technology with URLs and XPaths, which control different aspects of how the application works. The URL indicates which web page the data is displayed in and can usually be mapped to a certain purpose, like support or marketing. XPaths indicate where to find the consented fields within the HTML of the page. We enable consent auditing by recording all HTTP traffic between the clients and server using a proxy. This includes session information such as the current application user. The HTTP logs are then analyzed, personal information is extracted from the messages, and consent to the displayed information is determined based on the user's explicit instructions in addition to local laws and enterprise policies. Each such consent decision is logged and can later be viewed in a report. This report shows all attempts by the web application to access personal data and whether or not they complied with predefined consent levels. With our consent management solution, enterprises can now achieve the following for their existing applications and data stores: automatically monitor, audit, and enforce privacy policies, increase control and visibility, and use real-time monitoring to identify risks. Thank you for watching this demo. For more information, contact IBM Research.
The Data Fabrication Platform is a convenient, web-based tool that allows you to manage users and resources and create fabrication projects. The tool provides a wizard that helps beginning users create a template for fabrication projects and fabricate data quickly with minimum information. However, once created, the user needs to edit the project to define the rules. The tool provides a means for managing the users and resources and monitoring the system logs. Users with administrator privileges can create data fabrication users. Here's how you start defining the resources of your fabrication. This might be some old data, or, for example, the production data itself. You also need to define the knowledge bases you want to use for the fabrication processes. In this example, we'll create a fabrication project to fabricate test data for an online shop. The project browsers, seen in the upper left window, are where you define all your resources and rules. The editor window, the upper right panel shown here, is where you specify the rules. At lower left is the Properties window, while the status is shown in the lower right window. The first step after creating the project is to attach the resources that you want to use in the fabrication. In this example, we want to fabricate data for an online shop. First of all, we attach the source databases which we will use during the fabrication. This is the USA Knowledge Base database, which contains the name and addresses of U.S. citizens and an old database with expired credit card information. Second, we attach the shop target database that includes 3 tables, an order table that points to a client table and to a product table. The next step is defining the rules for your fabrication. You can choose any hierarchy to do so. In this example, we create at the first hierarchy 3 rule sets: the customer, production, and order rule sets. After creating a rule set, you define its rules. When defining a rule, you can choose from a number of rule types. Constraint rules allow you to specify some constraint that relates to an attribute in your target database. Transformation rules transform data from a source table to a target table. For example, to copy a date represented as a string from a source table, transform it to date format and insert it into your target database. Knowledge base rules relate to knowledge base databases that you prepared in your sources, such as the USA database, which contains valid USA citizen names and addresses. Copy rules take data sequentially, record by record, from source columns and copy them into the corresponding target columns. For example, copying expiration dates of credit cards from a source table to a target table. Analytics rules allow you to do a variety of analytics tasks. For example, you can request certain target attributes to have a similar distribution to what you had in your production data. Finally, programmatic rules are a set of predefined, out-of-the-box rules, such as creating valid credit card numbers. However, a user can easily extend the platform by adding new programmatic rules using a programmatic SDK provided with the tool. Once a user creates a new programmatic rule using the provided SDK, the rule then becomes an integral part of the platform with a dedicated, dynamically created user interface. Now let's take a deeper look at the different rule types and show how each one is created. If we need to fabricate target data based on pre-existing source data, we use the knowledge base rule. In this rule, we refer to a predefined source database, or knowledge base, populated with data, which contains USA citizen names. Given the USA first names table and USA last names table in the knowledge base database, we can attach columns from these 2 tables to corresponding columns in the target table client to fabricate random names that will be chosen from these 2 source tables. Now let's see how to create a programmatic rule. For this purpose, we use the credit card rule, which generates a valid credit card number into the issuer and number target columns. Once you create the rule, you need to attach the target columns and map them to the appropriate fields in the rule editor. Now let's create a constraint rule in which we constrain the price of a product between the values of $10 and $200. The platform provides a simple declarative language to describe constraint rules. Users can use this language to describe constraint rules as we see here. This constraint describes the payment information. If the payment is done by credit card, then the order details will include the credit card information. Otherwise, that order detail will be empty. The last rule we'll create is a transformation rule. In this rule, we consider a source database called OldCred that contains credit card information, a credit card number, an issuer name, and an expiration date. However, the credit card numbers and issuers are masked. In addition, the expiration dates are stored in a string column and have all expired during the last 5 years. Since the credit card numbers and issuers are masked, we use the credit card programmatic rule as described before to create valid numbers and issuers. For the dates, we can use a transformation rule that converts the string to a date, transfers it 5 years or 60 months in the future, and converts it back to a string in the format month/year. Once you've finished defining all your rules, you can define the fabrication configuration. You attach the tables in which you want to fabricate data, as well as the rules you want satisfied. Then you specify the number of records to be fabricated for each table, and you're good to go. When you click the Fabricate button, you'll see a progress bar appear, and then the data fabrication platform starts to generate the requested number of records. Once you finish fabricating the data, select Show Data to display the tables that were populated with fabricated data according to the rules you specified. Thank you for watching the IBM Data Fabrication Platform demo.
Financial fraud remains a continuous source of loss around the world. We're talking loss of trust, loss of customers, and loss of reputation. In fact, the Nielsen report estimates that credit card losses topped $24.71 billion in 2016. Although there are plenty of good fraud solutions out there, these centralized solutions have limited information on the users and can't cover all situations and scenarios. There's no personalized solution that takes advantage of customer data to target new threats that arise as fraudsters become more sophisticated. For example, when a fraudster uses a skimmed credit card, centralized solutions don't take into account the owner's physical location, spending habits, or typical purchase patterns. To help you combat this problem, researchers at IBM have developed a solution known as DEFEND. DEFEND, short for Dispersed Financial Fraud Enhanced Detection, sits on top of classical fraud detection solutions. It takes your existing fraud detection to the next level with personalized protection that is built into your client's smartphone devices. Most people keep their mobile device within reach, either on them or very close by. We're using this fact to profile users and build user behavior analytics that help verify the authenticity of financial transactions. If your customer likes to travel and shop in new places, classic fraud detection solutions won't raise an alert if they buy a new coat in Mexico. But if their phone's location shows they're still in New York, DEFEND will raise an alert to verify the transaction. We examine the calls, phone location, browsing history, installed apps, logs, and more to understand what's normal and what might be suspicious. Your bank doesn't know where you are every minute of the day, but your phone usually does. Unlike classical centralized fraud detection solutions that verify transactions only at the bank or parent organization level, DEFEND uses a dispersed solution. This makes it easier for us to collect data while complying with regulations. It also makes the system more resilient and harder to bypass. In short, we complement your centralized information and analysis by using the data available on the user's device. All the computation is done locally to protect customer privacy. No personal data leaves the device. DEFEND maintains user privacy, automatically enforces regulations, and can help you audit privacy policies at multiple levels. Your customers can specify what data of theirs can be used and how. For example, only when there's advanced suspicion of fraud, only for a limited amount of time, and so forth. Let's take a look at how it works. Jake steals credit card information for a living. Sometimes he sells the information to others for about $12 a card, and sometimes he likes to use it himself for a bit of extra cash or some online shopping. Last week, when Robert withdrew money from the ATM, Jake had set up a secret camera to capture PIN codes and a fake skimmer to get card info. Normally, this would give Jake at least several cash withdrawals and a few nice purchases. But the first time Jake tried to use Robert's card to take out money at another ATM, DEFEND's sophisticated algorithms cross-checked the ATM location, time of day, amount, and keystroke entry with Robert's normal behavior. Because the ATM Jake tried was in a different neighborhood and took place at 11 a.m., a time when Robert was at work, the system immediately raised an alert and the transaction was blocked. This is Wendy, who's currently in Montreal for a conference of heart specialists. Last night, when she tried to use her credit card to order pizza to her hotel, the credit card company flagged it as suspicious. They assume that Wendy doesn't like pizza, since the pizza place does not appear in her call history. Beyond that, Wendy lives in New York, and that's usually where she orders her food. With DEFEND algorithms in place, the order was cross-checked with Wendy's call history and her current location. The transaction was approved, and everything went through smoothly. In short, together with Defend, you can protect customers by using data from the smartphone to understand what's normal and what's suspicious financial activity, detecting suspicious behavior that is not in sync with the user's profile without contacting the user, creating a dispersed fraud protection solution that enhances existing systems, and reducing loss of trust due to financial fraud. If you'd like more information on Defend or would like to participate in our pilot, contact us at IBM Research Haifa. Welcome to the demo of Defend, the IBM Dispersed Financial Fraud Enhanced Detection Solution. We're going to show you how the Defend mobile client works, along with a peek behind the scenes to simulate what happens at the back end when transactions are suspected of being fraudulent. This screen shows our server that simulates the back end of a credit card company. The server collects all of the user's transactions, alerts the user when new credit card transactions take place, and lets administrators at the bank upload and modify data as needed. On the right side of the screen, we see the Defend mobile app for Android. First, our user Charlie logs in by entering his username, password, and credit card number. After login, the Defend client displays the transactions screen. Charlie's transactions are divided into two tabs, Purchases and ATM Cash Withdrawals. He can choose either tab depending on what he's interested in. Tapping a transaction gives more details, and we can now see the location of the shop or ATM relative to Charlie's location at the time of the transaction. The GPS of his mobile device shows that he's now in New York City. On the map, his location is marked by the blue icon. The store or ATM is marked by the red icon. At the bottom of the transactions screen, you can see the Create Analytics Model button. This indicates that the application is still learning our user's behavior. The button will disappear after enough data has been collected to create a model of Charlie's typical behavior, or when the credit card company decides to create that model. Let's see how the app handles a new transaction like a withdrawal before it's finished formulating a model of Charlie's behavior. We're going to use our demo server to manually add a transaction. In this example, the cash machine and the location of the user and his mobile phone are identical. The cash withdrawal we added is shown as a new transaction on Charlie's mobile app, and a notification icon appears in the tray. If we expand the new row, we can see more details. You can now see that Charlie and the ATM are at the same address, and the icons for Charlie and the ATM overlap each other on the map. Let's look at another example where the transaction takes place far from where Charlie and his mobile device are. Again, we can see the new transaction on Charlie's screen and the notification icon in the tray. But when we expand the transaction, the details show us that the ATM location and Charlie's location are different. By tapping the ATM location, we can see the distance between the ATM and Charlie. The notification icon now indicates that this is a possible fraud, and Charlie has the option of deciding whether this is the case or not. If he decides it's a fraud, the transaction is reported to the bank and cancelled. Now let's see how Defend handles a new transaction, like a cash withdrawal, after the app has finished creating its model. Keep in mind that the system will continue learning and improving even after the model is created. We're going to use a simulation server to add a bank withdrawal for a valid, non-fraudulent ATM. As before, we can see the new row added to the ATM transactions. Expanding the row displays the details of the transaction. Since Defend checked the transaction and found no suspicion of fraud, no further action is needed. Now let's use the server to add a fraudulent ATM transaction. The Defend system detects that a fraud took place, and a notification is presented to Charlie with the details of why it's probably fraudulent. In this example, the distance between Charlie and the ATM is about 1.5 kilometers. Since we know he always has his phone on him, the score for the fraud is 100%. Charlie can now decide if it's a fraud or not, and the result is reported to the bank. Defend also uses call history To check when a fraud took place. Charlie often makes purchases by phone, and the system's model has learned what's normal when it comes to his behavior. Here we can see a recent call he made to a New York area restaurant. Let's go back to the Defend server and push a transaction where the phone number of the shop is not presented together with the credit card purchase. As we can see, a new row is added with the details. Defend checks the details of the transaction, and the system does not notify Charlie since the call history showed a recent call to the shop. Now we're going to use the Defend backend to add a fraudulent transaction. Charlie always uses his mobile phone when calling in a purchase, but here the store's phone number is not in his phone's call history. As a result, the system alerts Charlie with the details of why this might be a fraudulent transaction. He then reports it as a fraud, and Defend notifies the credit card company. Thank you for watching this demo. For more information, contact us at IBM Research.
In this scenario, the technician arrives at the site to deal with a situation that was reported in a ticketing system, one like IBM Maximo. He launches the Peer Guidance app and looks for a remote expert who can help with the issue at hand. Using the smartphone camera, the technician scans the equipment. The remote expert receives the images from the scene and adds his instructional annotations. These annotations are transmitted to the technician as an AR layer on top of the images that appear on his screen. The annotations are tracked and remain anchored to the object during the active AR Peer Guidance session. Once the task is completed, the support session is stored for business intelligence purposes and as a summary in the ticketing system.
What would be the best way to make sure mobile devices are secure and stay off limits to malicious online attacks or seemingly innocent bypassers? Based on experience, we know that regular text-based passwords are easily breached and that strong passwords are difficult and frustrating to enter on mobile devices. To address this issue, IBM researchers developed Mobile Multi-Factor Authentication, or MMFA. This technology verifies users based on a combination of biometric authentication factors and a mobile device's built-in media capture capabilities. Let's look at an example. John is a financial advisor who works with hundreds of customers to plan their investments and manage their retirement funds. His main work tool is his iPad tablet. Today, he's meeting with Alex, one of his newer clients. For pension consultation, John uses the Trusted Advice Wealth Advisor app on his iPad. When he signs in, the authentication screen is displayed, showing the 5 different biometric authentication options: face, voice, signature, fingerprint, and video verification. John selects voice verification, one of the active options.
Please verify me with the number 27483-965.
Once his voice is approved by MMFA, the Trusted Advice app displays John's client list, from which he selects Alex's portfolio. Before John can see Alex's entire portfolio, MMFA requests another level of authentication. John selects the face authentication option and takes a photo of himself with the iPad camera. Once his facial recognition is authenticated, he can see Alex's records. Video authentication is a combined face and voice verification. A liveness check applied during authentication offers further protection from replay attacks using a recording or a photo. John suggests several changes for Alex's retirement plan, and Alex approves. To upload the summary of the meeting, John is again required to authenticate, this time using his online signature. This finishes the consultation session. Even if John leaves his iPad unattended, MMFA secures his application and prevents unauthorized individuals from looking at sensitive information. Attempts to access the data are met with MMFA's authentication screen, and the system rejects the attempt based on incorrect biometrics. By deploying a combination of biometric validators, biometric fusion techniques, and IBM's patented liveness detection, MMFA helps guarantee that confidential data stays secure.
Many machine learning models used to tackle the world's most difficult and complex problems are trained using personal data. The European General Data Protection Regulations, or GDPR, which governs the use of personal data belonging to European citizens, requires data minimization. Any personal data collected must be relevant and limited to what is necessary for the purpose at hand. Similar requirements may be included in new privacy regulations around the world. Machine learning models are typically black box. We don't really know exactly how the input data is used to make decisions. This is especially true for neural networks, which have been gaining in popularity. So how do we know exactly what data is needed for the model to work? Say I'm collecting dates of birth as input for a medical diagnostic tool. Do I need the exact date? Maybe the year is enough, or just knowing whether the person is over or under 18. This is where IBM's open source AI minimization toolkit comes in. Given a trained machine learning model, it can determine the specific set of features and the level of detail for each feature that are needed for the model to make accurate predictions. Our goal is to fulfill the data minimization requirement for newly collected data. Common methods like feature selection or dimensionality reduction can improve model performance and accuracy, but they can't determine the level of granularity needed for the runtime data, like with our example for date of birth. Let's look at another example. Sophia is a data scientist who needs to create a model that predicts the chances that a diabetes patient will respond favorably to a specific treatment. She enlisted a group of patients who agreed to have their medical data used for her research. Since Sophia's goal is to create the most accurate model possible, she uses all available data when training the model. After developing the model, the treatment center wants to start applying it to make more informed decisions on treatment options for their patients, but they don't want to collect and store more sensitive medical information than is really needed. As a result, the medical center needs to minimize the data they collect while still maintaining the model's accuracy. Using IBM's minimization tool, Sophia can decide what reduction in accuracy she is willing to sustain. For example, this may be 0.5% or even no reduction at all. She can then let the IBM tool automatically determine the range of data for each feature, or even tell her that some features are not needed. The data minimization process creates a generalization of the original data domain by replacing exact values with less specific values. The resulting ranges and category groups can then be used to collect new data from users. The generalized data can be collected in a form, or the generalization can be determined on the fly as the user inputs the information. This further reduces the amount and sensitivity of data that needs to be collected. For example, the minimization tool may determine 5 ranges for the feature education years when looking at the entire domain. But if we already know, for example, that the person is under 18 years old, they may only need to choose from 3 possible ranges. The determined ranges can be based on combinations of features. If data is being collected on the user's device, such as a mobile phone, the original data can be automatically mapped to the new domains before it is sent to the server or cloud. In this way, the original data never leaves the person's mobile phone, nor is it stored anywhere. In summary, the AI minimization toolkit can help organizations determine the amount and granularity of data that needs to be collected from users for analysis in a way that maintains the same level of accuracy, all while helping them adhere to the data minimization requirement in GDPR. For more information, contact us at IBM Research Haifa or check out our open source library.
The IBM Research AI Privacy and Compliance Toolkit can help organizations and researchers develop and deploy machine learning models that are privacy-preserving and comply with relevant data protection regulations. Many machine learning models used to tackle the world's most difficult and complex problems need to be trained using personal, sensitive data. But data protection regulations, such as the European General Data Protection Regulation, the California Consumer Protection Act, and others, impose strict obligations and restrictions on the processing of personal data. Some examples of these constraints are the need to ask for consent, collect the minimal amount of data required, and erase one's data upon request. How is this relevant to machine learning? Recent studies show that a malicious third party with access to a trained ML model, even without access to the training data itself, can still reveal sensitive, personal information about the people whose data was used to train the model. In fact, A Gartner survey from 2019 cited governance issues, security and privacy concerns, and risk or liabilities as some of the top challenges to AI adoption in the enterprise. Now that we understand why ML models should be considered personal data, and that data privacy and regulations are relevant to ML, what are the specific obligations that apply to them? First, let's look at the training phase. Anonymizing models before or during the training process ensures that personal information is no longer present in the trained model, and therefore not subject to restrictions for personal data processing. Privacy risk assessment of the trained model may also be required to determine the level of risk incurred while using or releasing the model. But just protecting the training data is not enough. The data minimization principle must also be applied to new data that is collected for analysis. This principle states that you can collect only that personal data needed for the specific purpose. And finally, once the model is being used in production environments, you still need the ability to remove individual records from the trained model in response to right-to-be-forgotten requests. Hundreds of fines for the violation of data subjects' rights under GDPR have been imposed by European data protection authorities in the last few years. These fines range from a few thousand euros to tens and even hundreds of millions of euros. This includes a 14 million euro fine to a German real estate company for storing the personal data of its customers indefinitely and without giving them the option to have it removed. But most data scientists are not experts in privacy and do not know how to comply with these complex regulations. To solve all these issues, we propose a comprehensive suite of innovative tools that can be easily applied during or after the training process to help ensure the privacy and compliance of the resulting models. This lifts the burden from the model developers and lets them concentrate on what really matters to them, a functioning and accurate ML model. Meet Cynthia, a machine learning expert. She's trying to create a machine learning model to predict people's purchases in an online retail shop. The retail website is asking for people's permission to collect data about their browsing and purchase habits to improve their online shopping experience and provide more personalized recommendations. However, the retailer does not want to collect and store more sensitive personal information than is really needed for this purpose. In addition, some of the shop's customers may later change their mind and ask to have their personal data removed from the website. Ryan, the company's CTO, understands that Cynthia needs help to protect the company from potentially devastating financial ramifications and reputational damage due to non-compliance. Using the AI Privacy and Compliance Toolkit, Cynthia can determine the level of detail required when collecting data from customers, as well as remove the data of people who make such a request, including their contribution to the company's AI models. In summary, the AI Privacy and Compliance Toolkit from IBM Research helps create machine learning models that preserve the privacy of their training data and comply with relevant data protection regulations, leaving the data scientists to focus on what they do best, using data to solve real problems. Stay tuned for more videos describing the details of our exciting tools. For more information, contact us at IBM Research Haifa.
Welcome to the demo of the IBM Research Self and Peer Guidance app in Maximo Lightning. In this peer guidance scenario, James is a field technician using the app to get some remote expert help from Mike about a water flow problem. James starts by selecting the work execution icon in Maximo, which displays the open work orders. He then selects the no water flow work order from the list. To get some peer guidance for this task, James taps the Advise Action button at the top left of the screen to open the Advice Options window. James selects Mike as his expert for this guidance session. He enters a short description of the problem and then connects with Mike through the app. James now makes his way to the water main to investigate the problem. He uses a smartphone to transmit images to Mike. Using the camera in the application, James seemingly records a short video of the water main that needs to be repaired. In actuality, he records and sends multiple still frames of the scene. This process greatly increases both the throughput and user experience of the app. This section of the demo shows how Mike can easily annotate images to point out the controls and sensors in the field. Here, Mike sees an incoming call on his phone from James and accepts. He then enters the gallery, where you can see the still images of the frames recorded by James. Mike can choose any image, annotate it, and send it back to James with instructions to guide the field technician through the process. In this image, for example, Mike identifies and annotates the master tap and attaches the label to the center of the object. The expert can also use the annotation bank, which is displayed here. After selecting an image, Mike can add an arrow, insert text, or select from a predefined set of actions. When adding text, he can even record it using his device's microphone if he wants. After annotating the necessary objects and moving those text blocks to the correct location on the images, Mike then sends the augmented images back to James. He can add more annotations to images as the session progresses for any required actions. James now uses the annotations in the peer guidance system to understand what he needs to do. He uses the app screen to view the scene, and the augmented annotations are displayed. Here, Mike tells James to first close the master tap. Next, he wants him to check the water pressure. Following that, Mike instructs James to check the flow meter. Finally, Mike guides James to open the cover. Once displayed, each of these annotations remain attached to the objects they are associated with, no matter how James moves the device. Once the session is over, the information from the peer expert remains associated with this work order on Maximo. The Visual Operation Guidance Platform, which serves as the backbone of the Self and Peer Guidance app, saves the data for future reference and review. The same annotations from the peer guidance session can be used to generate content for independent self-guidance, formulated into a series of steps that field technicians can navigate by themselves. Here we see another field technician using the app to scan equipment until the water pipes are visually recognized. Once the equipment is recognized by the app, the field technician begins receiving screen-based self-guidance instruction for completing the work, based on annotations from a previous peer guidance session. By tapping Next Step or Previous Step, the technician can see the augmented annotations associated with the various objects. As in the peer guidance session, the annotations remain attached to the objects they are associated with, no matter how the technician moves the device. In the scenario displayed here, the technician returned to the water pipes filmed in the peer guidance session. But the Self and Peer Guidance app can also extrapolate that information and apply it to other similar setups. In summary, the Self and Peer Guidance app can be extremely beneficial for technicians and maintenance operations in a variety of industries because of its capacity to create self-guidance processes from previous peer guidance sessions for multiple, similar complex environments.
What happens when autonomous drones and AI fly together? The FAA forecasts we'll have 7 million drones in the air by 2020. And Gartner predicts that the global drone market will reach $11.2 billion by 2020. Today, most drones are still being used for photography and video. Why not turn your drones into intelligent agents that can autonomously collect and analyze information and give useful insights in real time? It's not about the drone, it's all about the data. And at IBM we know about data. Today, even advanced drone AI services work by executing algorithms on the data collected after the drone flight is completed. At IBM Research, we're not building drones. We built a solution that collects information from any drone, analyzes it for any purpose or situation, and provides immediate alerts or changes in the drone mission. And everything is being done online in real time. So while the drone is flying, our analytics can identify an anomaly and then send the drone back automatically to change the route and take action. This makes it ideal for search and rescue scenarios, asset inspection, monitoring of construction sites, or tracking fires. You can collect data from multiple sensors on the drone, combine it with external data, and accumulate it to understand the complete situation and what reaction is appropriate. For example, you can get information from temperature sensors along with the weather forecast and camera vision to understand the exact local weather conditions and where a flood is likely to be most devastating. Using the intelligent drone solution from IBM Research offers distinct advantages. The solution pilots the drone, so there's no need for someone to continuously navigate the route. Let's say you need to scan a field or parking lot. Our solution automatically divides up the area and creates a route that provides the ultimate coverage and best possible width of the path, speed, hovering height, and more. Why endanger people to inspect high cell towers or dangerous disaster zones when you can send a drone? We can offer AI-based insight while the drone is flying, and our solution can integrate with any AI tools. With our AI-based insight, as soon as a problem is recognized, the drone will automatically go closer and continue videoing, sending information on the location and alerts when needed. It's only human to move and shake, get tired, or get bored, but a computerized drone can execute exactly the same scheduled tests at the same location, same time, same speed, same route, over and over. All actions are programmed, making it easier for any drone to comply with regulations for flying and safety, communication, or privacy, how it shares and sends data. In short, we can handle any problem that requires the integration of autonomous piloting and AI capabilities. For more information, contact us at IBM Research.
With advances in machine learning and artificial intelligence, a new role is emerging for machines as intelligent assistants to radiologists in their clinical workflows. But what systematic clinical thought process are these machines using? Are they similar enough to those of radiologists to be trusted as assistants? In this live demonstration, clinicians can select a case from various subspecialties, attempt to make a diagnosis, and see how a work-in-progress Watson technology attempts to assist the same case. Watson uses sophisticated medical imaging, deep learning, and clinical inference technologies to analyze patient cases using a systematic clinical thought process. To experience the eyes of Watson, you can select a case for analysis. You can examine the imaging study and read the associated case description. Select the appropriate conclusion. To see how Watson would attempt this case in real time, select Ask Watson. Watson examines the case description first, analyzes text, and highlights the relevant clinical concepts found. It summarizes the findings and updates the evolving clinical inference. Next, it analyzes the imaging study systematically by successively looking for more and more meaningful features that could potentially be anomalous until it locates a potential lesion. For this, it uses a combination of low-level image processing to highlight suspicious regions that are then classified as potential masses using deep learning networks, trained by prior anomalous data labeled by clinical experts. Watson then takes the clinical concepts derived from the imaging exam and case descriptions, and begins its reasoning process using clinical knowledge. Paths are explored and scored in the knowledge graph while searching for related concepts and facts that lead to the specified conclusions, starting from the chosen clinical concepts. The retained conclusion is the one which has overwhelming evidence from the number of high-scoring paths that lead up to it. The final clinical inference can be seen on the right. If you concur with Watson's inference, you can change your conclusion if you like. You can continue with another case or take our evaluation survey. Eyes of Watson is a joint effort by RSNA and IBM Research to show how machines of the future may be able to assist radiologists.
Welcome to the demo of the IBM Research Anti-ROP solution. It helps protect embedded devices and IoT systems against buffer overflows and return-oriented programming attacks. In our scenario, the anti-ROP solution runs on a Raspberry Pi computer with 4 ARM-v7 processors. This setup is similar to architectures used by real vehicle multimedia controllers. The screen shows the car's multimedia display, with the car speed shown in the top left corner of the display. Let's see what happens during an attack against an unprotected system. When we insert a safe flash drive with a few songs into the car's USB port, the multimedia application reads the song titles from the flash drive files and displays them on the screen. To simulate an attack, we now insert a compromised USB drive into the system. The third song is a specially crafted file that exploits a buffer overflow bug in the multimedia system software. The song name is displayed on screen as "Your car is hijacked," and the vehicle speed is reported as 999 kilometers per hour. This means the exploit was executed and the system was attacked. Our solution uses shuffling to prevent these types of attack. Here's how it works. When the multimedia system software is compiled, our solution shuffles the order and location of different pieces of code inside the resulting executable file. This doesn't affect the functionality of the system, but the attackers now have no clue where to find the pieces of code they need to access for the attack. Let's take a look at the list of functions in two executable files created by our solution. Although they're identical in functionality, the order of functions and the addresses they contain is completely different. In this way, any knowledge that attackers may have gained from hacking or even exploiting one system doesn't let them exploit other instances of the same system. Let's go back to the vehicle multimedia system and see what happens when we insert the compromised USB flash drive with the malicious song file into a protected multimedia system. We insert the USB drive in the port, and the protected multimedia system reads the song titles from the USB flash drive. When it tries to read the third song title, it encounters a problem and fails. But the actual exploit code is not executed, and the car's speed that's displayed is not modified. The attack tried to exploit the system based on knowing where to find certain pieces of code. Because all these locations were changed in the protected system, the attack failed. Thank you for watching this demo of the IBM Research Anti-ROP solution. Contact us for more information. This solution uses statistics, machine learning, and ideas from control theory to identify drift in machine learning. An autonomous car was trained on the Autobahn. Can we deploy it in the city where there are pedestrians, traffic lights, or cars parking and moving in and out? Our skull ultrasound classifier works great in the US. Will it still be accurate in China, even though most people native to Asian countries have different skull structures? So before we start celebrating, we need to think of the future. Will the machine learning stay reliable? Data changes all the time, and our goal is to monitor what's going on and highlight the changes that are likely to affect the model's performance. Others are attempting to improve the ML models so they're more robust, and some are trying to identify gaps in the training data that cause ML models to misperform on certain data. Our solution identifies likely ML deployment drift. This happens when the incoming data distribution properties are too different from those on which the model was trained. To this end, we're performing research at the core of machine learning to make advances in the very difficult problem of distribution identification. We automatically slice the data and measure model performance over the different slices. This gives us an envelope of expected operation. It works like a CT scan that goes through slices of the body to find the problems. Our solution scans over the trained model and its holdout set of test data. Similar to a CT scan, it doesn't find all problems, but if a problem is flagged, we want it to have a high probability of being valid. In summary, we're developing end-to-end methodology and new technology to identify, predict, and send alerts for drift in ML deployment. Successful implementation has the potential to help us build more reliable and accurate business-grade machine learning solutions. For more information, contact us at IBM Research. This solution uses statistics, machine learning, and ideas from control theory to identify drift in machine learning. An autonomous car was trained on the Autobahn. Can we deploy it in the city where there are pedestrians, traffic lights, or cars parking and moving in and out? Our skull ultrasound classifier works great in the US. Will it still be accurate in China, even though most people native to Asian countries have different skull structures? So before we start celebrating, we need to think of the future. Will the machine learning stay reliable? Data changes all the time, and our goal is to monitor what's going on and highlight the changes that are likely to affect the model's performance. Others are attempting to improve the ML models so they're more robust, and some are trying to identify gaps in the training data that cause ML models to misperform on certain data. Our solution identifies likely ML deployment drift. This happens when the incoming data distribution properties are too different from those on which the model was trained. To this end, we're performing research at the core of machine learning to make advances in the very difficult problem of distribution identification. We automatically slice the data and measure model performance over the different slices. This gives us an envelope of expected operation. It works like a CT scan that goes through slices of the body to find the problems. Our solution scans over the trained model and its holdout set of test data. Similar to a CT scan, it doesn't find all problems, but if a problem is flagged, we want it to have a high probability of being valid. Our technology lets you upload your trained model and test data, presenting relevant statistics about the data. The tool can slice the data based on the output labels, automated clustering, or domain knowledge like demographic information about the skull ultrasound examinees. We then cluster the data based on similarity, calculate the test accuracy, and predict confidence level for the selected parameters. We can then conduct different experiments and tell the tool how much we want to deviate from the given data distribution to see the effect of disruption on model performance. After we select the percentage of perturbation to simulate the effect of deployment drift, the tool calculates model results over each perturbation. Some results are within the expected model performance and others are outside it. Here's an example of a single disruption. The data to compute the model performance is randomly sampled from the test data with some bias. The model accuracy is then computed for this test data. This is in contrast to the classical bootstrapping that samples with uniform probability. During deployment, we can issue warnings that performance is likely to deteriorate when the data distribution approaches values that we now know could cause the model to misperform. In summary, we're developing end-to-end methodology and new technology to identify, predict, and send alerts for drift in ML deployment. Successful implementation has the potential to help us build more reliable and accurate business-grade machine learning solutions. For more information, contact us at IBM Research.
Many machine learning models used to tackle the world's most difficult problems are being trained using personal data. But data protection regulations such as the European GDPR and the California Consumer Protection Act impose strict obligations and restrictions on the use of personal data. That said, anonymous data that can no longer be related to a specific individual is exempt from these obligations. What many people don't realize is that machine learning models may also contain personal information, even though they apparently consist of aggregated data. Recent studies have shown that a malicious third party with access to a trained ML model, even without access to the training data itself, can still reveal sensitive personal information. For example, it may be possible to reveal whether or not a person's data is part of the model's training set, or even infer sensitive attributes about them, such as their salary. That's why it's vital to render ML models anonymous, in addition to the original data. Anonymization is a process that takes data and applies generalizations to make the records more similar to one another, basically blurring their specific values so they are no longer unique. There are many ways to do this generalization, such as replacing specific values with ranges of values. Traditional anonymization algorithms don't take into account the specific analysis for which the data is being used. Therefore, they aim to do the anonymization in a way that causes the least amount of information loss and best preserves the utility of the data for future analytics. When these techniques are applied in the context of machine learning, they tend to significantly degrade the model's accuracy. At IBM Research, our approach is guided by an existing model and customizes the data generalizations so they are optimized for that specific analysis. The end result is an anonymized model with higher accuracy. Other techniques, such as differential privacy, can also be used to protect the privacy of training data. There, noise is added during the training process to reduce the impact of any single individual on the model's outcome. However, those techniques are very complicated and highly tailored to specific model types, architectures, and internal implementation details. To solve this issue, we built a tool to anonymize machine learning models that's agnostic to the specific learning algorithm and can be easily applied to any ML model. Let's look at an example. Tom is creating a model to predict which people are most likely to default on their mortgage payments. The model is built based on historical data collected by the bank. Once it's ready, he wants to share the model with other banks and financial institutes to help them better detect potential delinquencies. He decides to use the ML anonymization tool from IBM Research to create an anonymized version of the model that he can share without privacy concerns. The process starts with a trained machine learning model and training data, and also receives as input the desired K value and the list of quasi-identifiers. K is the privacy parameter that determines how many records will be indistinguishable from each other in the data set. The quasi-identifiers are features that can be used to re-identify individuals, either on their own or in combination with additional data. The process then creates an anonymized version of the training data, which is used to retrain the model. This results in an anonymized version of the model that is free of any data processing restrictions. In addition, this makes the model less prone to different kinds of inference attacks. In summary, the machine learning model anonymization tool from IBM Research allows you to create anonymized models that maintain their accuracy, are no longer considered personal data, and better protect the privacy of their training data. For more information, contact us at IBM Research Haifa.
What is it?
This is an FR02 laptop.
What is it?
This is a speaker.
What is it?
This is a clock battery.
What is it?
This is a ventilator.
Please order some ventilators.
The ventilator cost is $15. How many pieces would you like to order?
3 pieces of speaker.
You specify a speaker. While we are in the process of ordering a ventilator, please answer again.
3 pieces of fan.
Ordering 3 pieces of a ventilator. PNSB84D2E, please confirm.
Continue.
The part order was issued. Order number is RE35433. See your email for follow-up.
Today's AI systems provide us useful recommendations and predictions, but their accuracy depends on lots of annotated data to train neural networks for every new task. To address this, IBM Research is championing a new approach called neurosymbolic AI. It combines the statistical, data-driven learning capabilities of neural networks with symbolic reasoning techniques. For example, a neurosymbolic system could use a neural network's pattern recognition capabilities to identify objects in videos or images, then rely on symbolic AI programs that apply logic and semantic reasoning to identify relationships among these objects. The MIT IBM Neurosymbolic Concept Learner learns by simply looking at images and reading paired questions and answers. The goal is to create explainable AI systems that can tackle more complex tasks while increasing accuracy, learning from fewer examples, and using less data.
We at IBM believe in the great potential of AI that understands us. We also believe that AI has to be transparent so that we can trust it, and we as humans can rely on it to make better decisions. Project Debater is the outcome of an IBM Grand Challenge that pursued these goals. And it challenges how persuasive can a computer be. Please welcome with me on stage Mr. Noam Slonin, IBM Distinguished Engineer from IBM Research.
So, hello everybody. It is very exciting to be here. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the introduction. IBM Research is probably the largest research organization on Earth. And in IBM Research, we have an interesting tradition of grand challenges in artificial intelligence. So back in the 90s, IBM introduced Deep Blue that was able to defeat Garry Kasparov in chess. In 2011, IBM introduced Watson that was able to defeat the all-time winners of the TV trivia game Jeopardy. And just a few days after this event, I received an email. Not just me, but actually all the thousands of researchers of IBM across the globe received the same note asking us what should be the next grand challenge for IBM Research. So I was intrigued by that, so I offered my office mate at the time to brainstorm together, and this is what we did. We sat in the office in Tel Aviv, and we started to raise many different strange ideas that I will certainly not share with you today. But at some point, towards the end of the hour, I don't recall the exact trigger, I suggested this notion of developing a machine that will be able to debate humans. And that this is how we will demonstrate this technology, through a full live debate between this envisioned system and an expert human debater. And this sounded better than all the other thoughts that we had up to that moment, so we decided to submit this proposal. The only guidance that we got were to submit the proposal in a single slide, so the management will not be swamped with too many details. And we were able to follow these guidelines, and we submitted a single slide. This was February 2011. This started a fairly long review process that lasted for a year. And eventually, in February 2012, this proposal was selected as the next grand challenge for IBM Research. We started to work just a few months later with a small team that gradually expanded. And after 6.5 years of extensive research and work dedicated solely to this mission of developing a machine that can debate humans, we demonstrated the system for the first time to the general public in an event held in San Francisco earlier this year. And it was a full live debate between this system now being called Project Debater and one of the legendary debaters in the history of university debate competitions, Mr. Harish Natarajan. And it was in front of a live audience of about 800 people, mainly from the top media outlets across the globe. It was also broadcasted live. Anybody could watch that. And I think it was surprisingly reminiscent to the vision that we had on that single slide back in the office in Tel Aviv quite a few years earlier. And this demonstration received a massive media exposure, 2.1 billion social media impressions, When I quote this number, I always careful to state that I'm not 100% sure what a social media impression is, actually, but I think it is good to have many, so this is encouraging. And a lot of video views and media coverage and so on and so forth. And what I'm going to do next is really to share with you just a few minutes out of this live debate. But first of all, what is the setup? Okay, so the debate starts with a motion, a debate topic. In this case, it was whether or not we, that is the government, should subsidize preschools. There are many considerations about how to select the debate topic, which I'm skipping now. The only important point I would like to emphasize is that this topic is selected from a list of topics over which the system never trained upon. Okay, so the system is debating a topic that was never included in the training data. Okay? And we are on the side of the government, so we support this motion. Harish is on the side of the opposition. He is contesting this topic. And we have opening speeches of 4 minutes for each side, rebuttal speeches of 4 minutes for each side, and closing statements of 2 minutes for each side. So all in all, pauses included, we are talking about a little bit more than 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes of a hopefully meaningful discussion between man and machine. And we're going to see just 3 minutes taken out of that, and then speak about how this system actually works and what are the implications of this technology.
Greetings, Harish. I have heard you hold the world record in debate competition wins against humans, but I suspect you've never debated a machine. Welcome to the future. When we subsidize preschools and the like, we are making good use of government money because they carry benefits for society as a whole. For decades, research has demonstrated that high-quality preschool is one of the best investments of public dollars, resulting in children who fare better on tests and have more successful lives than those without the same access. Secondly, a few words about poverty. While I cannot experience poverty directly and have no complaints concerning my own standards of living, I still have the following to share. Regarding poverty, research clearly shows that a good preschool can help kids overcome the disadvantages often associated with poverty. The OECD has recommended that government subsidize pre-primary education to boost performance in poorer areas.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here for this historic event. And it certainly was a pleasure to listen to Project Debater. There was a lot of information in that speech, and lots of facts and lots of figures. The problem, though, is the reality of subsidizing preschools is one which does not deal with the underlying problems in society. If you massively increase the number of people going to preschool, they're all going to be the ones going to the high-quality preschools. In a competitive environment at the age of 3 or 4, when you're learning that that other child is potentially better than you, when you realize you aren't necessarily as talented as someone else, that huge psychological damage for many children may mean that preschool is actively harmful.
Among other things, I think Mr. Natarajan suggested that preschools should not be subsidized because this will reduce their quality. I would like to offer a different view. I disagree with my opponent. Subsidizing preschools will have no negative effect on their quality. If anything, the opposite is true. One of many reasons is that subsidizing attracts more skilled and qualified people to the field, improving the quality of preschools for all. My opponent claimed that preschools are harmful. I believe my argument suggested that the benefits outweigh the potential disadvantages. I touched upon 3 issues: children, students, and crime. Specifically, I noted that preschool education improves children's development. In addition, I suggested that attending preschool helps students succeed. And a final point to consider is that preschool can prevent future crime. We should subsidize preschools. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, so first of all, the full live debate is available on YouTube, so everybody can watch that if you like. And I think a fair question at this point is really how the system actually works. The short answer, without going into too much technical details, is given in the following slide, which is perhaps a little bit too technical still, but I will try to take you through that at a high level. So the system has two major sources of information. One of them is a massive corpus of about, I would say, 400 million newspaper articles, close to 10 billion sentences. When the debate starts, the system, so several AI engines come into action, and the system start to search to pinpoint specific text, short pieces of text that satisfy three criteria. They should be relevant to the topic, they should be argumentative in nature, they should argue something about the topic, not just talk about it, and hopefully they should support our side of the debate. So this is a formidable challenge, really, to be able to pinpoint these short pieces of text requires the system to develop a very subtle understanding of the human language. After these texts are identified, other AI engines are being used in order to somehow glue them together into a meaningful narrative that the system can use during the debate. So this is one source of information. The other major source of information is more like I would say, a knowledge graph that tries to formalize, tries to capture the commonalities between the many different debates that humans are having. So in this knowledge graph, we have thousands of more principled arguments written by experts, and when the debate starts, the system is navigating, so to speak, within this knowledge graph, looking for the most relevant principled arguments to use them in the right timing. So let me give you an example of what I mean by a principled argument. So let's say that we are debating whether or not to ban the sale of alcohol or whether or not to ban organ trade. In both cases, we can anticipate that the opposition may argue that if we ban something, we are at the risk of the emergence of a black market, which has a lot of negative implications. So a black market is a principled argument, okay, that can be used in many different contexts. You may naively think that this is kind of a keyword matching thing. So if you're going to ban something, we should anticipate the black market argument. Obviously, this is not always the case. Imagine a debate about banning breastfeeding in public. I think there is little risk of a black market in this particular case. Or banning internet cookies, probably we are not going to see a black market of internet cookies. So the system, again, needs to develop a more subtle understanding of human language to be able to identify the truly relevant principled arguments and use them during the debate. The third element, which is really crucial, is, of course, rebuttal. And this starts by listening to the opponent, listening to the words articulated by the opponent. And here we use Watson's speech recognition capabilities essentially out of the box. But beyond the words, beyond the sentences, we really need to understand the gist of that in order to respond. And here we developed an arsenal of techniques. Most of them, really what they do is they try to anticipate in advance what kind of arguments the opponent might use, and then listen in order to determine whether indeed the opponent was using this particular argument, and then respond accordingly. So this is at a high level how this system operates. Let me take a slightly different perspective to convey what are the capabilities, I think the unique capabilities that we needed to develop in IBM as part of this project. Okay, so first of all is something that we call data-driven speech writing and delivery. Okay, so think about the opening speech of the system. This is a 4 minutes opening speech, so this is about 700 words. Okay, it is somewhat reminiscent to an opinion article that you can read in the newspaper. But this one was written by the system in a completely automatic manner, okay, on a topic it was never trained upon before. So this is quite challenging. Listening comprehension or rebuttal, let's draw the analogy between that and, let's say, personal assistants that many of us have on our smartphones. So these personal assistants often rely on quite powerful AI technology. but their goal is really to understand usually a single sentence of a functional flavor, like turn off the lights or find me a restaurant nearby. The debater is in a different situation. Okay? It needs to listen to the opponent for 4 minutes. The opponent is speaking fast with a lot of emotion, raising ethical considerations and moral arguments, and still the system needs to understand the gist of that in order to respond in a meaningful manner. So again, this is quite challenging. And finally, there is the issue of what we call modeling human dilemma, which I mentioned earlier. This is the knowledge graph trying to capture commonalities between different debates humans are having. Now, all this is really happening under a rapidly emerging scientific discipline known as computational argumentation. So when we started this project back in 2012, we saw only a handful of scientific papers about argument mining, pinpointing arguments in specific documents, not to mention in a massive corpus. Today, we are talking about, I believe, close to 100 research teams across the globe working on that. It's a very active research field. In the team and in IBM, we were very transparent about our work. So from the beginning, we started to publish papers. Up to date, I think we published nearly 40 papers in the top NLP, natural language processing conferences and workshops. We shared a lot of data sets free of charge with the research community that are downloaded by thousands of people from many research teams. And we actively lead and organize workshops and tutorials in the top NLP conferences, and correspondingly also invited to give keynote speeches in various venues, which obviously makes us very happy. And the next thing I would like to share with you is what are we doing since the live debate in February earlier this year? How are we moving forward? Okay? So the work of the debater, of project debater, should be perceived as part of a wider journey of IBM and IBM research in particular to develop technologies that will be able to master human language. And specifically, the mission of the debater team is to develop language technologies that will allow to enhance decision-making and decision processes in enterprises. So when we need to take a decision, it means that we are facing a complex question, okay? A question that do not have a simple factual answer. Rather, what it has are pros and cons that need to be carefully considered. So what do people do in these cases? One possibility is really to read the relevant documents and search for the arguments. And I already mentioned technologies that we developed as part of the project to be able to find arguments in written material. The other possibility is to consult with your friends, with your family, with your peers, ask them to share their views, to share their arguments. And in this context, we started to develop something interesting that I would like to share with you, something that we call debater speech by crowd. So we had the following thought, okay? What will happen if we will pose a controversial topic in front of many people, thousands of people, and ask them to share their views, to share arguments about this controversial topic? Can we use debater technology in order to build compelling and coherent narratives out of all these thousands of individual contributions? And what are the challenges involved in that? So the first challenge is really to understand, to automatically understand whether a contributed argument is supporting or contesting the topic. This is easy for humans, very difficult for machines. Okay? The second challenge is to anticipate. We need to realize that different people may raise the same point only using slightly different words, different phrasings. Okay, so we need to automatically identify that one argument is actually a paraphrase of another and remove the redundancy from the narratives that we are generating. In addition, we need somehow to automatically identify the underlying themes that govern the debate, govern the discussion, the themes that spontaneously emerge from all the individual contributions, and then arrange the narrative according to these themes. And finally, there is this vague but highly important notion of argument quality. Okay, so often when we show people two arguments, they will agree that one of them is better than the other. But what are the underlying mechanisms that guide us to decide that one argument is better than the other? And how do we capture that? How do we formalize that in AI algorithms that will be able to automatically detect the top quality arguments and use them in the narrative or draw the attention of the decision maker to the top quality arguments first? These are the kind of the challenges that we need to address when we develop speech by crowd. We already have a working prototype that we demonstrated in several venues. So, for example, in Tel Aviv, just a few months ago, we had an event with a live audience of 1,500 people. We presented them with a topic, whether or not the government should legalize the use of cannabis. In just 1 hour, we collected about 1,000 arguments, and we used the technology to generate narratives on the fly that we played on stage. It was quite an interesting experience. And more generally, what we are doing is really, since February, is to develop a platform, an extendable and scalable platform that embodies debater services. Speech by crowd is really a key capability in this platform. And really what we want to do is to use this platform to address interesting use cases. So if you think for a minute about speech by crowd, really what it does, it establishes an effective communication channel between the decision maker and people that might be impacted by the decision. Think of a company that would like to collect feedback from many, many clients. Think of an employer that would like to collect feedback from the employees. Think of a government that would like to hear the voice of the citizens about policies being considered. So I think it has interesting implications. Finally, I would like to wrap up by discussing again grand challenges. So grand challenges in artificial intelligence are really there from day one. Back in the 50s already, a researcher named Samuel from IBM started to develop the best software in the world to play checkers. Later on, in the 80s, Jerry Tesauro, still in IBM research today, one of the fathers of reinforcement learning, developed the top software that can play backgammon using neural networks and reinforcement learning, techniques that are conceptually not very different from what people are using today, although at a different scale, of course. In the 90s, there was chess. More recently, AlphaGo by DeepMind. I would like to say that we think that all these board games are actually in what I call the comfort zone of artificial intelligence. And let me make 3 observations to back this statement. First of all, when a board game is done, we know who won the game. This has important implications because this means that we can hold millions of variants of the software, play against each other, and after each game is done, since we know who won the game, we can improve the system by that. In addition, in board games, usually we have an inherent scoring function, or we can define an inherent scoring function that quantifies, that provides a score for each scenario on the board. And again, we can intuitively understand how to exploit that using the computational power of the machine to span the tree of the game. And since we can give a score to each position on the game, we can use that to make smart moves. And finally, in board games, at least in complex board games, the AI can defeat humans, sometimes using tactics that humans do not even comprehend. Okay, so we see that. It is making a move. Nobody really understands, not even the top experts. Only 5 moves or 10 moves later, we understand what happened when this is already too late. All these observations do not hold for a debate. Okay? When a debate ends, it is not necessarily clear who won the debate. It is not even clear how to define that. And we do not have we don't know how to define an inherent scoring function that will tell us at each moment during the debate a quantitative score that we can use. And finally, it is fairly hard to win a debate using logic and rationale that humans do not understand, right? The system needs to adjust to the human rationale in order to participate in the debate in a meaningful manner. So therefore, debater is really not in the comfort zone of artificial intelligence. It is in a different territory, in a territory where humans are actually still better. Humans still prevail, but this is why we find this so exciting, because we have so many open questions to continue to explore. So I will pause that and take some questions. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you, Noam. Powerful technology, and we indeed received some questions. So let me take you the first question, and this is, how can you use this technology in day-to-day business, and is there any specific use cases known? And my addition to that is other than politicians and couple therapy, potentially. So.
Okay, so you erased the first two that I'm going to answer, but this is fine. So, so I will name two possibilities. One of them is something that we call the research engine, like the new evolution of a search engine, moving from search to research. So today, if we want to understand the pros and cons of a particular topic, the technology that we have at our disposal are really search engines, right? So you type in a query and you get a lot of documents back, but it is very tedious to read all these documents to find the pros and cons. So imagine a technology that is actually working with you in an interactive manner, helping you to automatically identify these pros and cons much more quickly. We think of that as a research engine application. So this is one direction on top of either newspaper archive or perhaps a corpus that the company owns. Okay, so this is one direction. The other direction is what I mentioned, speech by crowd, which I think could be very important. For example, if you conduct a survey with your customers and you get many responses, even if these responses are not exactly arguments, they are saying something about your product, and you want to arrange this content in a meaningful and valuable manner to take a quick and effective decision. So this is another direction. There are others.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, Noam, there are really a lot of questions on how does debater actually work, so I'll try to summarize some of them and get to the point. One question is, can the debater actually create new arguments it never heard of and it never read before?
So this is a very good question, and the short answer, well, I think it's yes and no. Okay, so let me try and explain. So the debater is not inventing arguments, right? It is not coming up with a new argument. In the technical jargon, it is called extractive analysis. It is extracting pieces of text and then glue them together. But still, the result that you get at the end of the day is a new narrative that was never written before. So in this sense, it is new. One example that I like to quote in this case is that if I will publish an article, nobody will tell me, you know, and it is written by me, nobody would say, you know, all the words that you used were used before in previous articles, therefore you copied something, right? This is fine. But if I will copy full paragraphs from someplace, right, and use them as if I wrote them, people will say, well, this is not fair. So there is a spectrum between using words that were used before, which is fine, and using full paragraphs, which is considered copied, and the debater is somewhere in the middle in this spectrum.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Another question that moves in the same direction is actually how can AI convince people on an emotional level, so having empathy?
So again, this is a very good question. So we know that in rhetorics and in debates, the three pillars already stated by Aristotle are ethos and pathos and logos. and Debater is really on logos. Although to some extent it has an ethos already, right? It's a computer, and it speaks, by the way, as a computer. It is very transparent about being a computer, and the humor it uses also conveys that this is a computer. So it has some level of ethos, but in terms of pathos, we are certainly behind what humans can do. This is also an interesting research area, and some teams are working on that, but we didn't have time to handle this aspect as well.
Okay, good. We're getting actually already use case ideas. There is somebody suggesting we should give Project Debater a target and sell him or her as a consultant, so people are getting very creative here. I think one more question on the working methodology of Debater. How long did it actually take to calculate the argument after Project Debater knew of the topic?
So in university debate competitions, usually the debaters receive the topic about 15 minutes before the debate starts, and we took the same time. So 15 minutes for both sides to prepare. On the debater side, it is fully automatic. Obviously, this was optimized since then, so it can respond more quickly.
Okay. Good. So maybe a last question that we can take from this long list. You already mentioned board games is kind of getting boring. We had chess, we had Jeopardy, now we're already debating. So what's the next thing for research? Are you kind of relaxing on the Haifa beach, or any new projects coming up?
I think, first of all, so I will not be misinterpreted, I think board games made a crucial service to the AI community to move forward. And the success of being able to defeat humans in these board games is very, very impressive. But I also feel that we need to go beyond that and start doing things that I would say are closer to the real world. And in this sense, I feel that Project Debater is a valuable step forward. So I think really understanding language is crucial. And there are many things that one can imagine doing here, not just debating.
The pathos, for example.
For example.
Okay, great.
Super exciting insights. Thank you, Noam, for having us here on stage.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much.
What if we could use sensor measurements to understand when we're in an optimal state, and if we're not, get instructions on how to get there? That's where Flow Guru comes in. To show you how the app works, let's look at a few scenarios. Sasha first puts on the sensors that measure his galvanic skin response. The GSR, based on secretion of the sweat glands, is one of the most sensitive indicators for a person's emotional state. The better the conductance of the skin, the more emotional a person's stimulation. Of course, the system can also be used to handle data from other kinds of sensors. Sasha also puts on a band that measures his heart rate and its variability. Together, these two measurements can give the system deep insight into what state he's in and what kind of steps are needed to move to a better mental state. Flow Guru is designed to incorporate advanced machine learning technology and AI algorithms that 1. Collect data from these sensors, 2. Determine the person's current mental state, and 3. Provide instructions that guide the person on how to get to the desired biometric state. As you can see on the phone, we're monitoring Sasha's mental state. The app detects the trend of the numbers going up or down and offers different guidance accordingly. There are many industries in which dangerous tasks have to be carried out with care, concentration, and after safety precautions have been taken. Jobs involving construction, heavy machinery, toxic chemicals, extreme temperatures, or fine coordination can all benefit from an app that makes sure the employee is in the optimal frame of mind. The healthcare system is a tangled web of providers, payers, and members. According to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, 52% of provider directory entries in the U.S. have at least one inaccuracy. Although $2 billion are spent annually on provider directory maintenance, outdated or incorrect information is still widespread. And these inaccuracies have a price tag. Insurance regulators have begun putting increasing pressure on payer organizations with the threat of heavy fines for incorrect provider data in their networks. In the current systems, provider data is simply too difficult to maintain. It's a problem when the same data has to be updated for each coverage plan over multiple channels in different formats. IBM researchers developed a trusted network for sharing provider data. This blockchain-based network allows the easy capture and distribution of provider data among all relevant parties. Because it's based on blockchain, it also maintains data traceability and provenance. In this new approach, providers own and manage their data, and the network governs the verification, propagation, and approval of updates. The system can be integrated with existing healthcare systems and leverage external healthcare credentialing networks. Let's look at an example. John is a physician and healthcare practitioner who works with two payer organizations, Pay for You and Insure for You. The integrated solution allows John to import some of his data from available sources as part of the onboarding process. The system serves as a single point of truth concerning his information for all participants on the network. At any point, John can view and modify his profile, qualification details, office information, and the health plans he works with. Once the data is loaded into the directory, the system analyzes it and detects potential issues. Here, the provider directory detects that John is missing certificates for his medical education, license, and specialization. Once he sees that certificates are missing, John can upload them to the system. Now network users can view these credentials for themselves. This symbol indicates that John's credentials were automatically verified by the external ID network, increasing his data accuracy score. The system also tracks the responsiveness of the practitioner to maintain the quality of his data within the state's regulatory requirements. Once an issue is created, the network encourages John to resolve it within a predefined time frame. The system continuously monitors the data and automatically detects issues wherever possible. For example, here John updates his working hours for one of his offices and forgets to update his availability for the second office. The system detects that John is accepting patients in both offices at the same time and generates an issue. The data provided by John is automatically shared with all participants in the network. Here, one of John's payer organizations, Pay for You, logs onto the network. The payer can see that John has an issue with his office hours. John now goes back into the network to update his profile and resolve his scheduling issue. Once John updates his working hours at the second office, the system marks the issue as resolved, and the information is automatically propagated to all the payers. Here, in another payer's instance of the network, we can see that the issue has been resolved as well. In summary, our provider directory is a trusted network that allows providers to easily update their data in one place and shared with all participants on the network as a single source of truth. The network helps lower administration costs for payers and providers, ensures compliance with regulations and policies, and simplifies healthcare credentialing. It improves the entire healthcare ecosystem performance and the quality of provided data and services. For more information, contact us at IBM Research.
I've always been a little bit obsessed with understanding how the natural world around me works. My parents instill in me the importance of questioning everything. My father used to always ask me about things that he would observe in daily life. Can you figure out how this works and explain it to me? And I think like that inquisitive nature might be why I chose science. It was a way of satisfy that curiosity to discover.
We find ourselves in a moment of enormous potential in our technology, but also extraordinary challenges that it would be hard to overstate how deep and profound they are.
On one hand, if we just think about the challenges that the world is facing in sustainable development goals, like water, poverty, food, healthcare, and climate.
Climate change is also my upbringing. I came from a developing nation where I have seen the impacts of climate change.
And we are all witnessing the impact of a global pandemic and the realization that, it'll probably not be the last one.
We didn't have the luxury of decades to solve that. We needed to find a solution fast.
In healthcare, it takes 17 years on average between the time when scientifically we know that something can work to the time when it's available for use.
And we are just building knowledge so quickly, it's become very difficult, almost impossible for even scientists to keep up.
If we can compress the time to discovery, we can find solutions to some of the most pressing challenges that we're facing today.
Those are daunting, massive challenges, and without accelerating the rate at which we discover solutions, there is no path to be able to address these fundamental challenges.
We really don't have much time to waste.
IBM Research is a community of scientists, engineers, and designers of all sorts of disciplines. We have mathematicians and physicists and chemists and experts in AI and quantum. And we come together to create and imagine new ways to process information and generate the next advances in computing. IBM Research has played through our history and continues to play a central role of creating new solutions and imagining new ways to bring computing to solve some of our hardest problems. And if we weren't here, I think we would lose a massive vector of progress for the world. I'm Dario Gil. I'm Senior Vice President at IBM, and I'm responsible for all of the research activities of IBM worldwide.
I'm Zaira Nazario. I joined IBM Research because I wanted to make quantum computing a reality. We need to pull together the power of all these new technologies that are emerging.
And the moment we find ourselves is the convergence of not just one technology, but three technologies that are going to alter how we practice science and how we develop technology. I like to summarize them as bits plus neurons plus qubits. The world of bits is the digital world, the computers that we all know. Now enter the world of artificial intelligence. That's the world of neural networks that have inspiration from the biological brains, and they allow us to solve problems differently, to learn from data. And then enter the third element of the equation, the blend of physics and information, the world of qubits.
Which is the promise of quantum computing.
All combined together.
With that purpose and focus to discover faster.
Our objective is to accelerate the rate of discovery by a factor of 10x. So we want something that would have taken 10 years to do in 1 year, or something that cost 100 million to do it in 10 million. I think what the world hasn't grasped yet are the implications of the convergence of these technologies in the context of accelerating scientific discovery. We really have set ourselves the target of not a little bit better, but really a significant jump.
We have hybrid cloud. We have quantum computing that's on the horizon. There's a lot of progress that has happened in AI. I think it's going to be important for us to figure out how we're going to make them more accessible so that scientists do what they do best, which is really focusing on tough problems. My name is Solomon Asefa, and I'm a vice president at IBM Research. I lead strategy related to climate and impact science. Ultimately, the vision that we have is how do we develop the tools, the framework, and the hybrid cloud-based platform so that it's accessible for someone with just a computer and an idea. Let's say we have a scientist in a lab, a university, fresh postdoc. All she has is a computer, some simulation software, and some ideas. She could use deep search to go through years of publication. She doesn't have to download all of the documents. She can just access the cloud. Instead of a few months, it could be a few hours. That's where the power of the cloud is.
AI is a very important and powerful capability that allows us to harness data in new ways to achieve tasks that were previously impossible. So one of the key things that our teams at IBM are working on are AI technologies that can ingest scientific articles. And essentially the computer, in some sense, is reading those articles. And that trains AI models to help advance the scientific process. The role of the computer here is really to augment human capability. My name is John Smith, and I'm a research scientist at IBM. A team at IBM Research used the tools of accelerated discovery to speed up the process of designing antimicrobial peptides. Antimicrobial peptides can help with challenges around antibiotics. What the team at IBM Research did is essentially train a set of AI models to create a generative model, and that generative model then could be applied to propose truly novel, new designs for antimicrobial peptides that no team of scientists have ever come across before. In this case, it worked. The IBM Research team got a publication in Nature this past summer, 2021. This is a really big deal, and it's a big deal in two ways. On one hand, it is about going faster. It's a remarkable speed up in the ability to discover something new, but it's also hugely significant because the IBM team was able to create fundamentally new technology foundation that can be applied again and again and again in so many other scientific discovery contexts.
If you want to model nature, if you want to understand like how chemistry works and physics work, you should build machines that work like nature. And that's really a core element of the story of quantum.
Quantum computing is a completely different paradigm of computation. And we are accustomed to what we call classical computing, using zeros and ones to process information. Quantum computing does the processing of information and manipulates information in a completely different way.
If you want to design a better molecule, let's say better lithium chemistry to build a better battery to electrify transportation, you either experiment, you try theory and computation to make calculations, but with quantum, because it's designed to work like nature, you can actually calculate it with a totally different level of fidelity. That's its power.
It brings something which is just mind-blowing to the space.
It is not just faster, it's just a completely different paradigm. And you need to understand how it can benefit you, the science that you do, or the operations in the business that you conduct, and start preparing.
Because that's the revolution that's coming.
You can solve problems using quantum computation that are intractable, that you cannot solve, even with the most powerful classical computers.
Quantum is a promise of what the future can be.
We have an amazing partnership that we started with the Cleveland Clinic. They're one of the best hospitals in the world, and they just celebrated their centennial. And they asked themselves this actually important question to say, what does the next 100 years look like? And one of the conclusions that they reach, which is very common across industries, is that it will be the combination of their field, the world of discovery of life sciences and healthcare, combined with the world of information, right? And with the world of computation.
What gets me up in the morning every day are two things, equally important to me, patience and research. Our mission statement in Cleveland Clinic is caring for the sick, researching for health, and educating those who serve. I'm Dr. Lara J. Hai. I'm the Chief Research Information Officer for the Cleveland Clinic Health System. There are hundreds of steps that we need to go through in the context of a single research project. These months add up to years. And with this partnership, we are hoping to accelerate that from the years to the days and the weeks. If you are a patient who is dealing with heart disease, you are dealing with this disease now. If you knew that that answer was in a lab somewhere and it's not getting to you until 17 years from now, how are you going to feel? How is that acceptable? A commitment towards research is an intangible quality that is very difficult to describe, but for people who work in research, it is one of those things where you know it when you see it. And it was pretty obvious from our earlier conversations with IBM that that intangible quality is there.
Science is a creative process. It's about imagination. It's about being able to navigate a discovery space or a design space that is practically infinitely vast. So it really requires a flash of insight, some imagination, some creativity, the ability to land on something that is novel, maybe surprising even, which is at the heart of what scientific discovery is about. That discovery mindset can be used in the world of business, in the world of policymaking, new areas of problems that may have absolutely nothing to do with science.
But the act of creativity as an element of the scientific process is the act of imagination, the act of hypothesis generation.
You pose a hypothesis and then go through different steps in order to discover a solution.
And that's a very important part of the scientific method, that aspect of sharing and building on each other. And it's a loop, it's a continuous loop of doing that process. I always associate with frontiers. You look on the horizon and you're curious as to what's next. And there is a process and a method to go and look.
This is not a purely scientific endeavor.
It's creativity throughout.
I believe that non-scientists use the process of discovery more than they might realize.
Supply chain resiliency, for example. We can actually discover faster what kind of disruptions could happen in the future. Another example, policy intervention, is a very, very complex space. Governments could create a hypothesis and try it out fast and figure out what is the best policy intervention to solve some of the hardest problems.
I think that can apply to every sector, every company, every area in the world.
We are eager for partners to join us in this journey to discovery because the problems that we're facing are really tough problems.
But when we have great challenges, it focuses the mind of lots and lots of people and lots of institutions.
We need all the help we can get.
The willingness to experiment, to try out different solutions, different paths.
It's a commitment to never be comfortable with the status quo.
It's not about science for science sake. On one hand, it is about a faster pace in accelerated discovery, but it is also about scaling and translating faster to make real impact.
It's always the right moment for big thinking and for making big strides in trying to solve problems. What is different now versus before is that we have better tools to do that now.
We have to bridge the gap when it comes to making science more accessible.
We have tools that can help us do that more efficiently and faster, and we should take advantage of those tools. The history of computation has been amazing over the past 60 years, but it's not written yet. And we're about to start a new chapter. I look at all the progress that has happened, and I'm hopeful. We are going to figure this out, and we're going to meet the challenge that we have in front of us.
As a researcher, you're always looking for new innovation.
We're building new tools to accelerate how scientists can discover new materials.
Everything we are doing is to make the discovery process more efficient, faster.
We need new technologies for carbon capture.
Food for the entire population.
Meet rising global demand for clean energy.
Better and more sustainable devices.
New drugs for an emerging pandemic.
In 5 years.
5 years.
5 years.
At IBM Research, we're using AI and machine learning technologies to help us accelerate the way that we discover and learn about new materials and try and reduce the amount of CO2 that we're actually releasing into the atmosphere. There's a huge opportunity to capture the amount of carbon dioxide that's coming out of power plant flue stacks. We're looking at sorbent materials, which are usually liquids where you have the flue gas is actually bubbling through it and it's absorbing the CO2. And then we're also looking at membranes, which actually can filter it out. Carbon dioxide, once it's been captured, has a couple different destinations. We can use it to create plastics or other polymers that have a lot of value.
One of the goals for the future of humanity is producing food for the entire population. Fertilizers played a very important role in the agricultural cycle. This production of fertilizer is consuming approximately 2 to 3% of the total energy on the planet. It's not sustainable. We got inspired by the same processes that bacteria are using with the use of novel materials. We are going to be environmentally less impactful producing fertilizers.
What we are doing here is eliminating heavy metals from our battery chemistry and make battery more sustainable. The current lithium-ion batteries, they use cobalt and nickel, causing some sourcing concern with the energy-intensive mining. We chose more sustainable and safer material set, and those materials gave a pretty promising performance in fast charging capability and higher energy density and less flammability as well. Better batteries will meet rising global demand for clean energy and electric transportation.
Everything is a computing platform these days. Not just our phones, but our watches, our cars. As computer chips become ubiquitous, we really need to make sure all the materials that are used are as sustainable as possible. We are trying to use advanced simulation, including quantum computing, AI, deep search, and advanced automation to help us develop better and more sustainable materials that are used in the production of computer chips.
Quite expensive to bring a new drug to market, and the timeline is 10 years or more. If we first look at drugs that are already approved, it's a more effective way to use our research dollars. So how would we find new drugs for an emerging pandemic like the COVID-19 crisis? The AI looks for patients who have pairs of diseases where a drug that they're taking for one disease actually turns out to be beneficial for the second disease. We think that technology will let us find drugs that can potentially address disease really quickly.
We designed an approach to accelerate the entire material discovery process.
It reduces the amount of time, it reduces the amount of resources.
Where we are changing the way we'll do discovery.
And then revolutionizing the world around us.
So we've been talking about search problems, optimization problems. using search to steepest gradient descent to obtain solutions for optimization problems. And one of the things we noticed that sampling could play a role in improving the search in different ways. Now I want to give a very simple, naive example of how the rate of change of a function can influence my random sampling. Okay, so this is the example. You have here the function x squared. Okay, this is x, this is f of x, and we take a point A here and consider a to the square, and consider a segment here on top of it and below it of delta, flank delta. So this is 2 delta here, and we randomly sample a point in this segment. Okay, it doesn't matter if the probability of choosing a point is 0, so it doesn't matter if I include the endpoint or not, really. But for consistency, I include the endpoints. But anyway, I randomly choose a point here in the segment, and I want to see what's the probability of getting a segment of a plus epsilon to a, or the probability of getting a point a minus epsilon. So once I get a point here, a point P, I'm going to translate it using the function to a point here, the root of P. And I'm interested in the probability of getting a point here or getting a point here, in this segment or in this segment. So let's calculate, okay? So what's the probability of the square root of P being in this segment? Okay? So that's the probability of, if you go over here, this is a plus epsilon, so this is going to be a plus epsilon to the square, okay, minus a to the square, that will be the segment here, and I'm assuming this is bigger, so this is a squared plus delta over here. So this segment over here, okay, is the segment that will put me in this area. Okay, so the probability of getting a point here is the length of this segment over the length of the entire segment on which I'm sampling, which is this. So overall, this becomes epsilon times 2a plus epsilon, and this is simply 2 delta. Same way, getting a point here is just epsilon 2a minus epsilon over 2 delta. Okay, so it's not the same, it's not symmetric. That's the first observation. And the other observation is that if you divide them, you get, because this cancels and this cancels, so if you divide the two, you simply get this. So let's take an example. If you take a to be 1 and epsilon to be 1/2, then if you insert the numbers, you get 5/3. So the probability of getting a point here is greater, and this is the factor. So the rate of change of the function influences the sampling and causes the sampling to be non-uniform. And this is something you need to take into account when you are devising search techniques that are using random sampling. That's it.
This demo introduces the remarkable software verification tools from IBM Research Haifa. Software development managers like Nicole focus on making sure their team's code is of the highest quality. But her manager, Alice, is under pressure to deliver in the shortest possible time to market. Balancing the trade-offs between high quality and shorter delivery time can be brutal. Nicole is familiar with existing software verification techniques, but found they fall short. Unit testing is limited because it provides incomplete coverage. Static analysis gives too many false alarms that waste debugging efforts. And integration testing arrives very late in the development cycle. The deadline is tight, with Alice expecting the final code drop tomorrow. Nicole wishes she could be 100% confident that her team managed to run the right tests and discover the most crucial bugs. This is exactly the kind of situation that IBM verification tools can prevent. IBM's portfolio of software verification tools help development teams find bugs early on in the software lifecycle. Based on state-of-the-art static and dynamic analysis, these tools give developers a clear picture of the software quality by providing coverage metrics. They can also help find security vulnerabilities. Once a bug or a vulnerability is found, the tools provide efficient and convenient bug analysis, making it possible to reproduce the problem and debug it with the developer's favorite debugger. Nicole can start verification as soon as the first lines of code are written. There's no need to wait for the system integration or bring up. Her developers can verify and fix smaller parts of the system before integrating them together. This makes verification faster and cheaper and results in smoother integration. IBM's verification technologies include fuzzing, static analysis, symbolic interpretation, and combinations of these techniques. These tools are ideal for source code and binary levels and work at both the unit level or application level. Think of standard methods of testing as lighting up small areas at a time with a well-directed laser beam. IBM's unique verification technology illuminates large areas of code all at once so we can inspect, discover, and clean up any problems there. Using cutting-edge technologies like symbolic interpretation and formal verification, the IBM tools can check a much larger range of scenarios, even finding corner cases that no one thought of checking. IBM verification technologies are part of several EU research projects in the domains of security, software development, and quality. At IBM itself, this portfolio is used to verify mission-critical software that demands super high quality. What about Nicole? Now that she's using IBM verification tools, she's much more relaxed. Her team's verification process is now integrated as a routine part of the development. The quality level is more easily maintained, and she has more confidence in the developed code. Her projects are on time, and Alice is happy. They've now got a reliable solution that's ready to use from the first day of development, with automatic discovery of hard-to-find bugs and orchestration of verification techniques, all in one place. For more information, contact us at IBM Research.
To the untrained eye, a bridge appears to be permanent, strong, stable, and it's not really moving. But this is an illusion. If it hasn't been inspected in the right manner and maintained in the same manner, a very sad accident can happen.
Maximo is a management system where we not only can write out work orders, but we see it as basically the foundation, the spine of everything we want to do from a digitization point of view.
The dream is that this technology can really help to reduce or maybe completely remove the risk of tragedies. Collapse of bridges, collapse of tunnels, collapse of buildings.
When we are having a bridge out in the sea, you have to be aware how the chloride is actually penetrating the concrete, because rust is one of the enemies for concrete structures. We literally have to hire mountaineers to climb the surfaces to actually do the inspections.
There are many disadvantages to traditional inspections. People's life is in danger sometimes.
Now we have changed that way of inspecting our concrete surfaces from the mountaineer climbing around using drones now.
Everything is done automatically. It's scalable. Scanning a bridge can take 1 day instead of taking a month.
All this data that feed into Maximo from sensor, from document, from images, and from other sources needs to be processed to extract knowledge, and that's where AI comes into play.
There's a huge stack of informal data, unstructured data, and we need a machine that's able to read and process unstructured information.
Maximo can do it in a fast way, in a repeatable way, in a scalable way, and once it learns to do the job, it learns forever.
Now we have a way to show a complete picture of the health of a bridge. And it's not every second year or every 6 years we can do that assessment. We can do it from second to second.
Please welcome Senior Vice President and Director of IBM Research, Dario Gil.
Thank you. Thank you, and good morning, and welcome to the IBM Quantum Summit. You're all looking great. It's great to have all of you here in New York. We haven't been able to be together since 2019, and you're in for a treat today, right? We're going to share so many fascinating advancements that are happening in the world of quantum computing, and we're going to have an opportunity to have a great dialogue. I have the enormous privilege of being the director of IBM Research. And as the director of research, what gives me, an enormous joy every day is to be able to work in a community of scientists and engineers and designers of every possible background. We have mathematicians and electrical engineers and computer scientists and physicists and mathematicians of every kind. And what brings us together, what binds us together as a community, is this passion that we have to imagine the new possibilities with which we do information technology and computation. It is about combining different disciplines to push the field of computing forward. We say that our mission is to create what is next in computing. And simply put, we're living in a moment where computing, with a capital C, as I like to call it, is going through one of the most exciting moments since the advent of digital computers in the 1940s. And what we are witnessing is going to be the convergence of a set of technologies and methodologies. I like to summarize it as bits plus neurons plus qubits coming together in an environment of a hybrid cloud computing fabric. And this convergence and the advances that we are going to be sharing with you today in the world of quantum is going to have such profound implications to our businesses, to government, to our society, and being able to live in this moment where we get to see the frontiers of all of these technologies is something that I think we should all celebrate, and enjoy, basically, every minute of the day that we get a chance to push these areas forward. So I want to set the context before we get into quantum computing, because this is going to be, a layer of computing that builds on the incredible technologies that we already have. The first thing that we all recognize is that we already have an enormously rich computational environment around us. We have the world of public cloud. We have our private environments. We have edge environments. And one characteristic that we see is that it's very heterogeneous in nature. There's a lot of diversity of compute infrastructure, and there's a lot of diversity also of delivery models. Now, with that diversity comes complexity, and the reality of it is that in this hybrid cloud environment, we often have to wrangle and deal with how do we orchestrate all of these workloads in this heterogeneous environment. So one core focus that we also have as a company and what is happening in the world of hybrid cloud is to simplify this diversity, the multiplicity of control planes that exist in these different computing environments through two core philosophies. One is open technologies. And here what we are showcasing is Red Hat Open Hybrid Cloud Platform, OpenShift, as a mean to be able to orchestrate this complexity. And the second element of it is abstractions, being able to have a more unified control plane built on open technologies that allows us to then tap into the power of this distributed and heterogeneous environment as if it felt like a single computer. So the vision that we have forward on orchestrating this capability is to be able to deliver more choices as more providers and the full ecosystem that provides cloud-native services of all scales become available to us, to allow in our developer environments less time to develop and to bring costs down through choice by 60%. So this vision is a vision of frictionless multi-cloud computing. It's the idea of treating the cloud and the heterogeneous environment as if it felt like it was a single computer. The second macro trend that we're also witnessing that builds this foundation of technology in computing is, of course, the world of AI. And in the world of AI, what we've also witnessed from an infrastructure and a software development environment is the power of specialized compute architectures, like accelerators and GPUs. But we've also witnessed that we've had to deal with also a lot of fragmentation. Everything from having your GPU under your desk to be able to do models, to small local clusters, to environments that you have on different public clouds. But the reality is like wrangling with all of these choices and the whole stack has been complex. So similarly to what I was describing in the world of hybrid cloud, we have a tremendous focus to create a more unified full stack environment, again, built on open technologies and abstractions to enable cloud-native AI-centric supercomputing. And what you're seeing here by combining these areas, and in the future, by the way, we're also making significant investments to create the next generation of accelerators that are native to the neural network workloads that, that are the heart of AI, sort of beyond the GPU approach. When you combine this with the massive changes that we're seeing in AI on the topic of self-supervision on large parameter models or foundation models, what we are also seeing is that you can increase the methodology and the productivity which you can develop AI pipelines and create derivative models from those foundation models by a factor of 10x. And we've seen this recently as an example in the way we have delivered Project Wisdom, that you can look it up, to assist the developer in Red Hat, in Ansible environments, to be able to program and assist with the programming environment as you are doing IT automation. So in this context, the base in which we're going to add now the layer of quantum computing starts with the realization that bits and neurons in this hybrid cloud is allowing us to create this cloud-native AI-centric supercomputing. Which brings us to the heart of today. The third element of that equation is going to be enormously profound. And this is the world of quantum-centric supercomputing that is going to add to these layers. And in this vision, we are going to have both classical and quantum resources that need to be integrated and orchestrated. The classical resources will involve everything from the orchestration of workflows to a quantum serverless environment in which we're going to abstract the complexity of this infrastructure to the user and to the developer so that they don't have to deal with all of these issues, and the ability to create nested programs and also program optimization, including circuit knitting, which we will have a chance to discuss today. Now, that environment is going to allow us to tap into not only single computational nodes, where again there is classical and quantum orchestration that needs to happen, enabled by Qiskit runtime as a service, but also importantly to the fact that we have a distributed quantum network where we have multiple computational quantum nodes that also we can tap into. And we're going to see how this vision is going to come a reality with a number of exciting announcements. So in this vision, just like we were talking about, bits and neurons coming together in AI-centric supercomputing, we are going to bring bits and qubits together in quantum-centric supercomputing. So what are some of the major accomplishments that we are going to get a chance to go into a lot of detail today in making this a reality? The advancements focus on 3 core dimensions of how to increase performance of our quantum systems, the value that these systems provide, and the adoption, the community that is taking advantage of these areas and growing quantum. So on performance, the dimensions in which progress is measured is the scale of the processors and the systems that we can create, the quality, how well they obey quantum mechanics, and the speed of these systems. And we measure them through the number of qubits that we have, the quantum volume of the systems, and CLOPS, the circuit layer operations per second. How fast do they run? So these are the 3 core dimensions. And on qubits, we are, as you know from our roadmap, we are extremely proud to be able to share, and you'll see more details a little bit later, Osprey, a 433 qubit processor, by far the largest processor ever created in the world of superconducting qubits, and is this continuation of the evolution of a family of processors that we name after birds, that we went from, by the way, last year when we announced Eagle with 127, it was the first time anybody had built and crossed the 100-qubit barrier. So now with Osprey, we've increased that tremendously, and it brings all of the technologies that we've been building over the years, including 3D integration, multi-layer wiring, being able to separate the qubit control plane from the connectivity and the readout planes. So it's a really amazing tour de force in terms of materials, devices, packaging, and on the quantum processor itself. And you're going to get to see a lot of it, of what happens and why it makes it so special. But I just could not be more proud of the accomplishments of the team in making this happen. So just to put in perspective how much progress is occurring, since the last Quantum Summit, in just a year, we have improved the number of qubits that we can create in a processor by 3x. Quantum volume has increased by 4x, and CLOPS has increased by over 10x. It is an undeniable amount of technical progress that is occurring, and the rate and pace is only accelerating. Now, in the context, once you have better technology, how can you also improve the entire system and software stack to be able to deliver more value? And one of the areas that is extremely important for this software stack and value creation is the evolution from static circuits to dynamic circuits. Simply put, a static circuit is like a sequence of gates where you run them in sequence, and in the end, you perform a measurement. And a dynamic circuit is one where you actually have intermediate measurements in the execution of the circuit, such that you can make conditional changes on the upcoming gate execution as a function of that intermediate measurement. And what this allows us to do is to have more efficient circuits. Simply put, the power is to do more with less. We have limited amount of time with which to execute our circuit, driven by coherence, and with dynamic circuits, we can greatly improve what the quality of those circuits are and what we can achieve within the window of the coherence time that we have. So this is going to be something that is now available in the latest IBM quantum systems. And in Q1, we will also incorporate it in our Qiskit runtime environment. So again, this is another area where there was a lot of work. It was a key element of our roadmap to make it happen, and the team has been able to deliver. And on the area of adoption, Qiskit continues to be the leading quantum developer platform. And this is a heart of our commitment to have an open environment and a collaborative environment where we can benefit from the collective advances and wisdom of the entire community. To give you a sense, within the scientific community, quantum machines, of course, have become a fantastic scientific instrument with which to advance research. Here's the number of publications and how they have grown using IBM quantum systems. Close to 2,000 now scientific publications that have been generating using our systems. You also see the fantastic growth on Qiskit downloads, close to 1.8 million now. And this is one of the areas that we care so deeply about, that we continue to provide, and all of us create value together in creating this environment. And within the context of institutions now, of exploring the implications of quantum, and from use cases to doing joint R&D, and a variety of applications. Now the family in IBM Quantum Network is over 200 institutions are part of it. You're seeing from leading Fortune 500 and 100 companies to startups that are also pioneering this wonderful industry that we're creating together, to universities, to national laboratories around the world. It's a fantastic community that keeps growing. And we could not be more proud. I know many of you, represent also institutions and, and startups that are part of this network, and we're so thankful that you choose to collaborate and partner with us. So performance, value, and adoption are undeniable elements of waves of progress. So you can feel this swell of progress of what is happening in our industry. It's literally, viscerally, you can sense how the technology is advances, how the interest is advancing, and how the community is growing. Now, as far as we have come, and we shared almost exactly 2 years ago, right, the first development roadmap, where you saw the progress in terms of system modularity, in terms of number and quality of the quantum processors, but we also shared the software stack, from kernel developers to algorithm developers to model developers. And as far as we have come, we've also reached the conclusion that for the next wave of the roadmap, we needed to think even more ambitiously. And that we needed to go back to the drawing board and imagine the next generation of technology, of systems, and quantum. And that is something that we're also very proud now to be able to share with you. Because to enable this to happen, we need a new system. And a new system that is designed with modularity at the heart of it all. Because to create systems that are going to have tens of thousands of qubits, that are going to need to orchestrate classical and quantum resources in a new way, we needed to expand the range of possibilities. And that is IBM Quantum System 2. And what you're seeing here is how we're going to bring it to life. We will have a much larger system of refrigeration in there, such that we can fit within a single cryostat systems now that will have even thousands of qubits within one. But importantly, the modularity is designed throughout. Not only inside how we are going to bring together different quantum processors, but importantly, the fact that multiple systems are going to be able to be connected to one another. So in these configurations of 2 and 3 systems, and in the future even expanding them further within the context of a quantum-centric supercomputer, where we will see connections that range from classical connectivity to quantum mechanical connectivity in terms of communications. So one of the things that the team is creating and designing is the convergence of communications and computing in the field of quantum. This is an enormously ambitious idea of how we're going to bring classical and quantum information with modularity, with very large systems where communication and quantum computing are coming together. So with IBM Quantum System 2, we're already building and designing it, and our objective is to be able to instantiate and deliver that first system 1 year from now, what you're seeing in here. So you've seen the progress that we're seeing in the technology on the full stack. You're seeing how we're going to bring together
through modularity, a much larger system that is going to bring us to that era of quantum advantage. So I want to close by asking of ourselves the progress that we're seeing in the field and how and whether quantum computing is now an industry. And I would argue that the progress that we're seeing is undeniable, and the answer is yes. If you look from a venture capital perspective, and we have a wonderful collection of startups in here, the growth of investments that is happening in both software and hardware companies. And on top of that, of course, we would have to add the investments that major technology companies like IBM are making in the field as well. The progress is undeniable in terms of the level of interest, the investment, and the talent that is coming into the field. You're seeing it in the development of intellectual property and patents in this space and how it is growing. Again, the progress is undeniable. This is all fed by advances in the scientific community, right? Of continuously to think through and create new ideas and push the limits forward. And you're seeing this also in the growth of publications related to quantum computing. Across all of these spaces, we are seeing and we are a proud member of that industry and to push the frontiers of the quantum industry. For IBM Quantum, our mission is twofold. It is to bring useful quantum computing to the world, and today is going to be a wonderful expression of the progress we're making on that front. And second, to make the world quantum safe. We all know also the implications that quantum computing will have and the evolution towards quantum safe cryptographic protocols is going to be also a central element of our effort, of our talent, and of our community development. That is the dual mission of IBM Quantum. And at the heart of all of this is a community. Is a community through Qiskit, and as a community through our university and partner network that we have. And this is the area where you get the sense that there is indeed this swell of progress. When you see the energy and the enthusiasm that we all get to witness in the world of quantum, how much appetite there is to learn, to contribute, to shift careers into this new area, you know that we are together onto something really big. And this is just the beginning of that momentum. And as more and more talent comes into the field, the rate of progress is only going to accelerate. So I close by sharing with you what I really believe in my heart, and that is that the future of quantum is all of us who are here and this extended community, and that we have an incredibly bright future, and you're going to get a chance now to be wowed by the depth of progress and the sheer amount of things that we're going to be announcing today.
More and more video is being used today for everything from entertainment and marketing to knowledge sharing, news, and social journaling. To make the most of all this media, we need a way to easily search, summarize, browse, and understand what's inside it. Video scene detection is an exciting technology that divides a video into different scenes. Each scene is a series of consecutive shots that depict some high-level concept or story. These scenes can then be used as building blocks based on common visual themes or audio features. For example, in Hollywood films, there may be a car chase scene and then a relaxed scene on a beach. In a talk show or news broadcast, a scene might be one of the segments that discusses a certain topic. Once we divide a video into a collection of scenes, you can tag them or enrich them with metadata based on what's said, where it occurs, what activity is taking place, or what's in the background. Imagine if you went to the library to research a project on the history of women leaders in Asia. The library is full of books, and you can see their titles, but without having the books divided into chapter with tables of contents and indexes, you'd be hard-pressed to find useful information for your research. Books? That's old-school stuff. What if you had a video of a football game and wanted to find the scene where a specific athlete was angry? Existing solutions fall short because many of them are computationally expensive or they require that you fine-tune parameters. This means they're only usable for specific video domains. They also over-segment because it can't view the timeline as a whole. Video scene detection from IBM Research watches your video and listens to its audio. It then applies intelligent algorithms to divide it up. The IBM solution is fast and robust. You don't have to define or fine-tune parameters, so the technology works on a wide variety of genres, whether sports videos, news broadcasts, or action movies. So what can you do with our video scene detection? For example, you can segment the video into scenes and then apply an AI service like visual or emotion recognition to identify scenes where a person is angry or where people were eating ice cream. You can also use the technology to add metadata for easier retrieval in future searches based on what conversations took place, what characters were doing, whether in a meeting, outdoors in nature, or in a coffee shop. Our video scene detection solution is also being used inside IBM's Watson Video Enrichment. Here the technology is being used to divide videos into scenes so they can be enriched with metadata tags based on what's going on in the scene, who's speaking, what's being said, and what people are doing. In short, our method outperforms the state-of-the-art in video scene detection. It's very efficient with a runtime of several minutes even for full-length movies. Our method is robust because it's parameter-free, and it doesn't require training or fine-tuning to a specific data set. This work has already resulted in 5 published papers and 4 filed patents. For more information or a demo on your video data, contact us at IBM Research Haifa.
Quantum computers are meant to address problems that cannot be addressed by classical computers. Things like finding the right materials to enable carbon capture, to really bring the fight to climate change, to address more efficient fertilizers that can not harm the earth but also continue the food supply chain that we need to feed the world. Also, there's some fundamental questions of how our universe is stitched together and how matter behaves at the atomic and subatomic levels that we need to know. It's the next frontier. Let's take one area of research already underway, the search for new batteries. Batteries have transformed our lives by allowing us to carry computers and smartphones, but there's more to be done. Batteries are crucial to our clean energy future. Whether it's powering electric cars or really pushing renewable energy, we need a fundamentally different chemistry to create the batteries for tomorrow. Quantum computing would allow us to effectively look inside the battery during its very complex reactions to enable us to think about new materials and the structure of the batteries that are going to be needed to power the next generation of devices. How do we get there? By building the world's most advanced quantum devices in a developmental platform and making it available to the world. Only by working together now will we be able to solve the problems that we'll be facing together in the future.
এটা আবার কিরকম জানেন এমন কিছু কিছু কম্পিউটার আছে আপনার কারেন্ট ছাড়া কারেন্ট চলে গেলে সমস্যা দেখা দেয় নর্মালি এই পর্যন্ত একবার কারেন্ট গেছে কারেন্ট যায় চলে যায় না কারেন্ট চলে গেলে এটা ক্ষতি তো কেউ হলো না বুঝছে কি বলছি হঠাৎ করে